Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the shadowy parlours of Victorian England, where behind locked doors and velvet curtains, women gathered in secret. These weren't ordinary tea parties, these were acts of rebellion. While their husbands debated politics in exclusive gentlemen's clubs, Victorian women were building their own underground networks, societies so threatening to the social order that history itself tried to erase them. But tonight, we're bringing them back to light. So before we step into this hidden world together, I want to ask you something. If you've been craving stories that make you think differently about history, stories that reveal the untold courage of women who refuse to stay silent, then this channel is for you. Take just a second to subscribe, hit that like button, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from tonight. Are you in your cozy bedroom in California? A quiet apartment in New York? Maybe you're halfway across the world, unable to sleep, searching for something meaningful to listen to. I want to know. And hey, if this story moves you, share it with someone who needs to hear it. Now, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle white noise, and let's travel back in time together. Picture this. London, 1857. A cold November evening. Rain tapping against tall windows. Inside a modest drawing room in Bloomsbury, 6 women sit in a circle. They're dressed impeccably. High-necked dresses, hair pinned perfectly, every inch the picture of Victorian respectability. But if anyone knew what they were discussing behind that door, it would be a scandal that could ruin them all. They're not gossiping about fashion or planning charity bazaars. They're debating whether women should have the right to own property after marriage. They're discussing John Stuart Mill's controversial essays on liberty. They're talking about university education for girls. One woman, a schoolteacher named Emily, has brought a forbidden book, Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. It's been hidden under her cloak all day. This is dangerous. This is revolutionary. This is what Victorian women did when the world wasn't watching. Now you might be wondering, why did these women need to meet in secret? Weren't the Victorians supposed to be all about progress and civilization? Well, here's the uncomfortable truth that history textbooks don't often tell you. While Victorian England was building railways, conquering empires, and celebrating scientific advancement, it was simultaneously crushing half its population under the weight of impossible restrictions. Let me paint you a picture of what it meant to be a woman in Victorian society, and I promise it's going to make you grateful for the world we live in today, however imperfect it might be. First, education. Until the late 1870s, women were barred from attending universities in England. Oxford and Cambridge, those bastions of learning, wouldn't fully admit women as equal members until the 1920s. Think about that. The 1920s. We're talking about a time when cars existed, when radio was broadcasting, when the modern world was well underway, and yet women still couldn't get the same education as men. But it gets worse. Much worse. A married woman in Victorian England had virtually no legal rights. When a woman married, she underwent what was called civil death. Everything she owned, her money, her property, her possessions, even the clothes on her back, legally belonged to her husband. She couldn't sign contracts. She couldn't sue in court. She couldn't even refuse her husband's sexual advances. Marriage gave him legal ownership of her body. And if she tried to leave an abusive marriage, well, the Matrimonial Causes Act of 1857 made divorce nearly impossible for women. A man could divorce his wife for adultery alone, but a woman, she had to prove adultery plus something else: cruelty, desertion, incest, bigamy. The bar was set deliberately, impossibly high, Now here's where it gets really interesting and really infuriating. Victorian society justified all of this through something called the separate spheres ideology. It's a fancy term for a simple, oppressive idea. Men belong to the public world of business, politics, and intellectual life. Women belong to the private world of home, children, and moral purity. The Victorians dressed this up in flowery language. They said women were too delicate, too pure, too morally superior to sully themselves with the rough and tumble of public life. They needed to stay home, creating a peaceful sanctuary for their hard-working husbands to return to after a difficult day. Sounds almost romantic, doesn't it? Until you realize it's a beautiful cage, a gilded prison that kept women isolated, powerless, and dependent. But here's what the Victorians didn't count on. You can't suppress human intelligence and ambition forever, and Victorian women, despite everything, found ways to resist. They started small, so small that at first nobody noticed. A few women gathering for a book club, a charity committee meeting to discuss helping the poor, a literary salon where ladies could discuss poetry and art. These seemed harmless, feminine, appropriate. But something was happening in those rooms, something revolutionary. Women were learning to organize, they were practicing public speaking, they were managing finances, coordinating events, making decisions. They were building networks of solidarity and support. They were realizing that they weren't alone in their frustrations, their intelligence, their hunger for more than what society offered them. And most dangerously of all, they were beginning to ask why. Why couldn't they vote? Why couldn't they own property? Why couldn't they receive the same education as their brothers? Why were they considered mentally and morally inferior simply because of their sex? These questions, whispered in drawing rooms and written in secret letters, were like sparks in dry kindling. And Victorian society knew it. That's why these gatherings, even when they seemed innocent, made powerful men nervous. Let me share a quote with you that perfectly captures the fear. In 1868, a male critic wrote in a popular magazine, and I'm not making this up, he wrote, "When women begin to gather and converse on topics of literature and politics, they neglect their natural duties as become unsexed. Such assemblies breed discontent and threaten the very foundation of English family life." Unsexed. That was the word they used, as if thinking made you less of a woman, as if having an opinion somehow removed your femininity. And you know what? Some women internalized this. They genuinely believed that intellectual pursuits would damage their ability to be good wives and mothers. There was a whole movement of anti-suffragists, women who actively campaigned against other women getting the vote. They argued that women were different from men, that they had their own sphere of influence through their husbands, that political involvement would destroy the family. It sounds absurd to us now. But imagine the psychological pressure. Imagine being told your entire life that your greatest virtue is submission, that your highest calling is service to others, that your own ambitions are selfish and unfeminine. Some women couldn't break free from that conditioning. And honestly, we can't judge them too harshly. They were products of their time, doing their best with the limited understanding they had. But others refused to accept it. And that's who we're here to talk about tonight. Now let's talk about what men had that women didn't, because this is important for understanding why women's societies were so radical. Victorian men had clubs, lots of clubs, the Reform Club, the Athenaeum, the Garrick, White's, Brooks's, the list goes on. These weren't just places to drink and play cards, though there was plenty of that. These were institutions of power. In these clubs, business deals were made, political alliances were formed, jobs were offered and accepted, reputations were built, Entire careers could be launched over a brandy and cigar in the right club's leather armchair. And women? Women were absolutely, categorically, completely forbidden. There's a famous story about the Reform Club in the 1880s. A woman, a well-known author who had been invited to give a lecture, was forced to enter through the servants' entrance and speak from a side room because women were not allowed in the main halls, not even as invited guests, not even as speakers sharing their expertise. The Freemasons, one of the most influential secret societies in Victorian England, admitted no women whatsoever. Their lodges were exclusively male spaces where men performed elaborate rituals, shared secret knowledge, and most importantly helped each other advance in business and society. Some historians estimate that by the late 1800s, the majority of England's elite, from royalty to scientists, from politicians to artists, were Freemasons. That's how much power these male societies held. They weren't just social clubs, they were the infrastructure of power itself. So when Victorian women started forming their own societies, they weren't just copying men. They were building a parallel structure of power in a world designed to keep them powerless. They were creating spaces where they could develop skills, share knowledge, support each other, and slowly, carefully begin to change the world. But there was a problem. Actually, several problems. First, women had no money of their own. Remember that civil death thing? Yeah, their husbands controlled the finances, so any woman who wanted to join a society had to either beg her husband for money, save secretly from household funds, or, if she was one of the rare unmarried or widowed women, carefully manage whatever small income she might have. Second, women had no free time. They were expected to manage households, supervise servants if they had them, raise children, make social calls, do needlework, and generally be available to their families at all times. Finding time to attend a meeting meant elaborate planning and often outright deception. Third, and perhaps most dangerously, women risk their reputations. A woman who was too educated, too opinionated, too involved in public affairs could be labelled a blue-stocking, and I'm going to tell you all about that delicious insult in our next part, or worse, a strong-minded woman. These weren't compliments. These were social death sentences that could make a woman unmarriageable, or, if she was already married, a source of embarrassment to her husband. So the women who joined these societies, who risked everything to gather and learn and organize, they were genuinely brave. They were rebels in corsets and petticoats. They were revolutionaries who served tea and spoke in polite, measured tones. They were dangerous precisely because they looked so respectable. Here's what I find most moving about this story. These women didn't have the internet. They couldn't coordinate across vast distances with a quick text message or email. They couldn't rally thousands of supporters with a viral social media post. They couldn't even travel easily. A woman traveling alone was considered scandalous. And yet, they built movements. Slowly, painstakingly, one connection at a time, one secret meeting at a time, one carefully worded letter at a time. They created networks that would eventually topple the entire Victorian social structure. It took decades. It took generations. Many of the women who started these societies never lived to see their dreams fully realized. They planted seeds in soil they would never see bloom. And they did it anyway. That's courage. That's hope. That's the kind of stubborn, beautiful resilience that changes the world. So tonight, as we begin this journey together through the secret societies of Victorian women, I want you to remember something. Every right women have today, the right to vote, to own property, to get an education, to have careers, to control our own bodies and our own lives, was won by women who gathered in secret. Women who risked everything. Women whose names we often don't even know. History tried to hide them, tried to dismiss them as silly bluestockings or shrill suffragettes or hysterical temperance fanatics, tried to make them seem ridiculous, unimportant, forgettable, but we're not forgetting. Not tonight, not ever. In our next part, we're going to step into one of the most fascinating of these societies, the bluestockings. We're going to meet the brilliant women who dared to host literary salons where intelligence was celebrated instead of hidden. We're going to discover how a simple pair of blue stockings became a symbol of female intellectualism and a term of mockery that reveals everything about Victorian fears. We're going to see how these women laid the groundwork for women's education and proved that a thinking woman wasn't an aberration. She was magnificent. Trust me, you won't want to miss it. The story of the bluestockings is funny, heartbreaking, inspiring, and more relevant than you might think. Because the battles they fought, against mockery, against dismissal, against the idea that women's thoughts don't matter, those battles aren't entirely over, are they? So stay with me. Keep those lights dim. Keep that heart open. And let's continue uncovering the secret societies that Victorian women joined, the societies that history tried to hide, but that we're bringing back into the light, one story at a time. So, we've established that Victorian women lived in a world designed to keep them silent and small. But now, let me introduce you to a group of women who refused to play that game. Women who decided that their minds were too valuable to waste on needlework and gossip. Women who created something so radical that their very name became an insult for over 200 years. Let me tell you about the bluestockings. London, 1752. Elizabeth Montagu is standing in her elegant drawing room on Hill Street, watching the sunset paint her windows gold. She's 34 years old, fabulously wealthy, married to a man 28 years her senior who made his fortune in coal mines, and absolutely crushingly bored. Now, Elizabeth is not supposed to be bored. She has everything a woman of her time could want: a magnificent house, beautiful clothes, servants to attend to her every need, social status that most women would envy. But here is what Elizabeth also has: a brilliant mind with nowhere to go. She's been educated far beyond what was typical for women of her era. She reads Latin and Greek. She devours philosophy, history, and literature. She writes essays that would impress scholars. And she is suffocating in a world that expects her to smile prettily, manage her household, and never ever express an opinion more complex than which flowers look best in the parlour. So Elizabeth makes a decision. A quiet, revolutionary decision that will ripple through history. She decides to host a salon, a gathering where intelligent conversation matters more than fashion, where ideas are more important than appearances, where women and men can meet as intellectual equals, a concept so radical it barely had language to describe it. But Elizabeth is clever. She knows she cannot appear too threatening. So she frames these gatherings as innocent literary discussions, refined cultural events, perfectly appropriate for a lady of quality, nothing dangerous at all, and at first nobody realizes what she's really doing. Now Elizabeth was not working alone. She had co-conspirators, fellow brilliant women who were just as hungry for meaningful conversation. There was Elizabeth Vesey, who had such a gift for drawing out people's best thoughts that she became known as the sylph of the group, light, ethereal, but somehow making magic happen in every conversation. And there was Frances Boscawen, whose home also became a meeting place for these intellectual gatherings. Together, these women created something unprecedented. They invited poets, writers, philosophers, artists, the brightest minds of their generation, to gather in their homes. But here is what made it revolutionary. They did not separate by gender after dinner, as was customary. Men and women stayed together, talking as equals. And even more shocking, the women did not sit quietly and listen. They spoke, they debated, they challenged ideas, they shone. The guest list reads like a who's who of 18th century intellectual life. Samuel Johnson, yes, that Samuel Johnson, the famous writer and wit, was a regular attendee. So was the painter Joshua Reynolds, the politician Edmund Burke, and the actor David Garrick. These were not minor figures. These were the celebrities and influencers of their day, and they came to these salons specifically to hear what the women had to say. Can you imagine how extraordinary that must have felt? For a woman in the 1750s to stand in her own drawing room, surrounded by the most accomplished men of her generation, and have them actually listen to her ideas, actually value her opinions, actually see her as their intellectual peer. It must have felt like breathing after a lifetime of suffocation. But here is where the story gets really interesting, and also really frustrating because, of course, a society that fears intelligent women could not let this stand without finding a way to diminish it. Enter Benjamin Stillingfleet. Now Stillingfleet was a botanist, a writer, and a philosopher, a genuinely brilliant man who loved these intellectual gatherings. But he had one problem. He was not wealthy. And in the 18th century that was a serious social handicap. You see, there were strict rules about dress in fashionable society. Evening assemblies required formal attire. For men, that meant black silk stockings, perfectly polished shoes, elaborate waistcoats, and all the expensive trappings of wealth. But Stillingfleet could not afford all that. He wore worsted wool stockings, practical, comfortable, and decidedly unfashionable. They were blue. When Elizabeth Montagu invited him to one of her salons, Stillingfleet hesitated. He explained that he could not attend because he lacked the proper formal attire. He would embarrass her. And this is where Elizabeth showed her true revolutionary spirit. She said, and I love this, "Come in your blue stockings. Who cares?" So he did. He showed up in his everyday blue worsted stockings, and instead of being scandalized, the group embraced it. They saw it as a symbol of what their gatherings were really about: substance over style, ideas over appearances, authenticity over artificial social rules. The phrase blue stocking meetings began to circulate as a kind of affectionate nickname for these intellectual gatherings. And for a while, a brief, beautiful while, it was almost a badge of honor. But then something happened. Something that always seems to happen when women start gaining respect and visibility. The mockery began. By the 1770s and 80s, blue stocking had transformed from a neutral or even positive term into a vicious insult. It became shorthand for a woman who was too educated, too opinionated, too intellectual, a woman who had, in the charming language of the time, sacrificed the excellencies of her sex to learning. Let me read you something that appeared in an encyclopedia, an actual encyclopedia, in 1883. This is more than a century after the blue stockings began meeting, and the contempt is still visceral. Blue stocking, a pedantic female, a woman who ostentatiously displays her learning or literary talents at the expense of those feminine qualities which should adorn her sex. A pedantic female. Think about that phrase. The assumption is that any woman who shows her education must be showing off, must be ostentatious, could not possibly be genuine intellectual engagement, and notice that last part, at the expense of feminine qualities, as if learning somehow erased femininity, as if you could not be both smart and womanly. This was not just an insult. It was a weapon. It was a way of policing women back into acceptable behavior. Any woman who seemed too educated, too confident in her own intelligence, could be labelled a blue-stocking, and that label could destroy her social standing, her marriage prospects, her reputation, and the mockery took visual form too. Political cartoonists and satirists had a field day with the concept. One of the most famous images is a caricature by Thomas Rowlandson showing a blue-stocking salon descending into complete chaos. Women are shrieking and arguing, books are flying through the air, tea is spilled everywhere. The whole scene suggests that without proper male supervision, educated women simply lose their minds and create mayhem. It is funny until you realize what it is really saying. It is saying that women cannot handle intellectual discourse, that giving women education leads to disorder and hysteria, that women need to be controlled, guided, supervised by men at all times. This was the visual propaganda of patriarchy, and it was devastatingly effective. Famous male writers who had once attended the blue-stocking salons suddenly wanted to distance themselves from the term. In an 1890s book recreating an imaginary dinner of dead literary figures, one character cries out, "Do not allude to blue-stockings in my presence." Another character, Edmund Burke, declares that blue-stockings are all pedantic and boring. It became fashionable among intellectuals to mock the very women whose salons they had once eagerly attended. Even the women themselves began to reject the label. Frances Burney, a successful novelist who had been part of the blue-stocking circle, reportedly made a shield of her fan when someone mentioned blue-stockings, as if defending herself from an attack. The message was clear. An intellectual woman was a figure of ridicule. And if you wanted to be taken seriously as a writer, as a thinker, you had better make very clear that you were not one of those dreadful blue-stockings. But here is what the critics did not understand. Or maybe they understood perfectly, and that is why they fought so hard to suppress it. The blue-stockings were not just hosting tea parties with books. They were building infrastructure. They were creating a model for how women could support each other intellectually. They were proving that women's minds were just as sharp as men's, and they were producing work that would influence generations. Let me tell you about some of the specific women who made the blue-stocking circle extraordinary. Elizabeth Carter was a scholar of incredible discipline. She learned 9 languages, 9, including Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, and Portuguese. She woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning to study before anyone else in her household was awake. And in 1758, she published a translation of all the works of Epictetus, the ancient Stoic philosopher. This was not some light, simplified version for ladies. This was serious scholarship. It became the definitive English translation of Epictetus and remained in print for decades. Samuel Johnson himself praised it as one of the finest translations of his era. Think about what it took for Elizabeth Carter to accomplish this. The years of solitary study, the early mornings stolen from sleep, the knowledge that many people would dismiss her work simply because she was a woman, and she did it anyway. Or consider Hannah More. She was a playwright and poet who became one of the most influential writers of her generation. Her plays were performed at Drury Lane Theatre, one of the most prestigious stages in London. Her books became bestsellers. She used her success to advocate for education and moral reform. But even Hannah More, successful as she was, felt the pressure to distance herself from anything too radical. Later in life, she wrote works emphasizing traditional women's roles, reinforcing class and gender hierarchies. Some historians see this as a betrayal of the early blue-stocking ideals, but I think it shows how exhausting it must have been to constantly fight against society's expectations, how even the strongest women sometimes had to compromise to survive. And then there was Hester Chapone. She wrote Letters on the Improvement of the Mind, a book offering advice on how women should educate themselves. Now, by our modern standards, some of her advice seems conservative. She emphasized that education should make women better wives and mothers, not prepare them for public life. But here is the thing, even this was radical for her time. She was arguing that women had minds worth improving, that women should read serious literature, study history, learn languages, that women were capable of intellectual development. In a world that believed women's brains were fundamentally different and inferior to men's, this was revolutionary. The Bluestockings had to walk a constant tightrope. Push too hard and they would be dismissed as unfeminine, ridiculous, threatening. Be too cautious and they would accomplish nothing. They had to be revolutionary while appearing respectable. They had to change the world while serving tea. And somehow they managed it. What really gets me about the Bluestocking story is how the criticism reveals exactly what society feared. Nobody mocks something that does not threaten them. Nobody expends this much energy creating insulting terms and mocking cartoons unless they are genuinely worried. Victorian society, and 18th century society before it, was terrified of intellectual women, and with good reason. Because once women started thinking, started questioning, started gathering and sharing ideas, the whole fragile structure of patriarchal power was at risk. If women could engage with philosophy, then why could they not attend university? If women could write scholarly translations, then why could they not hold professorships? If women could debate politics as equals with men in private salons, then why could they not vote? Every intellectual achievement by women raised these dangerous questions, and the answer society gave, again and again, was mockery, ridicule, social punishment, make intelligent women seem ridiculous, and maybe other women will be too afraid to follow their example. But it did not work, not completely. Because even as the term Bluestocking became an insult, the legacy of those women lived on. The Bluestockings proved something that society desperately did not want proven, that women's minds were just as capable as men's, that given the opportunity, women could produce scholarship, literature and ideas that enriched culture for everyone. That intellectual life was not, and never had been, exclusively male territory, and they created a template that other women would follow. Throughout the 19th century, as we'll see in later parts of our journey tonight, women would form literary societies, reading clubs, and educational groups. They would cite the Bluestockings as their predecessors, even when the term had become an insult. They would say, in effect, yes, we are Bluestockings, and we are proud of it. The path from the Bluestocking salons of 1750 to the founding of women's colleges in the late 1800s is direct and clear. Girton College, founded in 1869. Newnham College, founded in 1871. These institutions that finally gave women access to higher education, they existed because the Bluestockings had proven that women's minds were worth educating. Every woman who attended university, who became a professor, who published scholarly work, who was taken seriously as a thinker, she was walking a road that the Bluestockings had begun to pave. You know what I find most moving? Many of the Bluestockings never married. Not because they could not, but because marriage would have meant giving up their intellectual freedom. Remember that civil death we talked about earlier? Marriage meant surrendering control of everything. Property, money, even your own thoughts were supposed to defer to your husband's superior judgment. Some of these women chose poverty and social marginalization over that surrender. They chose to be mocked as old maids and Bluestockings rather than give up the life of the mind they had fought so hard to claim. That is a choice no one should have to make. But they made it anyway, with courage and dignity. And some, like Elizabeth Montagu, found marriages that allowed them some freedom. Her much older husband seems to have respected her intellect, or at least was willing to tolerate her eccentricities in exchange for the social prestige her salons brought. When he died, Elizabeth inherited his fortune and used it to support other writers and scholars, particularly women. She became a patron of education, funding schools and helping talented young women get access to learning. She was, in her own way, building the infrastructure for a revolution. Before we move on to our next society, and trust me, it is going to be wild, I want you to think about something. Think about the words we use to dismiss women even today. Bossy, shrill, hysterical, difficult. These are modern versions of blue-stocking. They are ways of making women feel ashamed for speaking up, for being competent, for refusing to shrink. The blue-stockings teach us that this tactic is not new. It has been used for centuries, but it has never completely worked. Because for every woman who is silenced by mockery, there is another who hears the insult and thinks, if they are trying this hard to shut us up, we must be doing something right. The blue-stockings were not perfect. They were products of their time, with all the limitations that implies. Most of them were wealthy and aristocratic. They did not challenge class hierarchies. They were not advocating for working-class women's rights. Their vision of women's intellectual life was often limited by their own privilege, but they opened a door, and once a door is opened, it is very hard to close it again. So now, let us leave the refined drawing rooms of the blue-stockings and travel to a very different kind of secret society. We're going to meet the Pharaoh ladies, women who scandalized Victorian society not through learning, but through gambling. Women who played cards for dangerously high stakes and broke every rule about feminine propriety in the process. Because here is what is fascinating. While the blue-stockings were fighting for the right to be taken seriously as thinkers, the Pharaoh ladies were fighting for the right to be taken seriously as pleasure seekers. They were claiming that women had the right not just to intellectual freedom, but to fun, to risk, to the kinds of vices that men enjoyed without consequence. And in some ways, that was just as threatening to the social order, maybe even more threatening, because a woman who wants education can perhaps be tolerated, controlled, channeled into acceptable forms, but a woman who wants pleasure, who claims the right to enjoy herself on her own terms, who refuses to be confined by notions of feminine purity and restraint, that woman is truly dangerous. So grab your metaphorical cards, take a deep breath, and let us step into the glittering, scandalous world of Victorian gambling dens. The Pharaoh ladies are waiting, and they are not playing for pocket change. Now imagine everything you thought you knew about proper Victorian ladies. The demure smiles, the delicate teacups, the fainting spells and smelling salts, and throw it completely out the window. Because we are about to meet women who would shock even our modern sensibilities. Women who gambled away entire fortunes in a single night. Women who drank, swore, and broke every single rule that society had carefully constructed to keep them pure and feminine. Welcome to the world of the Pharaoh ladies, and I promise you, this is not the Victorian England your history teacher told you about. London, 1793. The city is a powder keg of contradictions. On one side you have the respectable drawing rooms we just left, where intellectual ladies discuss philosophy over tea. On the other side, hidden behind locked doors in fashionable townhouses, you have something entirely different, something that made Victorian moralists absolutely lose their minds. Gambling dens, run by women, for women, and the stakes, absolutely astronomical. Now, before we dive into the delicious scandal of it all, we need to understand something important. Gambling was not new to England. British people had been betting on everything imaginable for centuries. Horse races, card games, dice, cockfights, whether it would rain on Tuesday. Gambling was woven into the fabric of social life. But here is where it gets interesting. When men gambled, it was considered a gentleman's vice, regrettable perhaps if taken to excess, but fundamentally acceptable, part of being a man of the world. The gentlemen's clubs we talked about earlier, many of them had dedicated card rooms where fortunes changed hands nightly. But when women gambled, oh, that was different. That was moral decay. That was the collapse of civilization. That was, according to one Victorian historian named John Ashton, the canker of gambling eating into the very heart of the nation. Notice his language. Not just a problem, not just a concern, a canker, a disease, a rot consuming England from within. And who did he blame? Women. Specifically, women who dared to enjoy the same vices as men. The game of choice was faro, and if you've never heard of it, do not worry. It is pretty much extinct now, killed off by other forms of gambling. But in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, faro was the queen of card games. It was fast, exciting, and, this is crucial, it required almost no skill. Pure chance, pure risk, pure adrenaline. Here is how it worked, in the simplest terms. The dealer, called the banker, laid out a full suit of cards. Players placed their bets on which cards they thought would be drawn. The banker then drew cards in pairs from a dealing box. If your card came up on the banker's side, you lost. If it came up on the player's side, you won. Simple, quick, and absolutely addictive. The odds slightly favoured the house, like most gambling games. But the real money was not in the odds. It was in the social pressure, the group dynamics, the way an excited crowd could convince you that this hand, this card, this bet would surely be the winner. It was in the champagne flowing freely, loosening inhibitions and clouding judgment. It was in the late-night atmosphere where normal rules did not seem to apply, and the Pharaoh ladies knew exactly how to create that atmosphere. These were not back-alley operations. The Pharaoh ladies ran elegant, sophisticated establishments in some of London's finest neighbourhoods. They decorated their gaming rooms with luxury, velvet curtains, crystal chandeliers, the finest furniture money could buy. They served expensive wine and delicacies. They made gambling feel glamorous, exciting, transgressive in the best possible way. And the women who attended, upper-class ladies who were supposed to be the moral pillars of society, duchesses and countesses and ladies-in-waiting, women whose names you would recognise from the social pages, whose families had been nobility for generations. By day, they played the part perfectly. They made social calls in proper dress. They attended church. They presided over their households with impeccable decorum, but by night, they disappeared into these secret gaming rooms and became someone entirely different, someone free, someone dangerous, someone alive. Can you imagine the thrill of it? Living a double life like that. Knowing that if you were discovered, the scandal would destroy you, but doing it anyway because the alternative was to die of boredom in your gilded cage. Let me tell you about one specific gambling den that became infamous. It was run by a woman known only as Lady Buckinghamshire, though historians debate whether that was her real title or just a name she adopted for mystique. Her establishment on Pall Mall was legendary. The entrance was discreet. You had to know the right door to knock on, the right password to whisper. Once inside, you climbed a narrow staircase to the upper floors where the real action happened. The main gaming room could hold 50 people comfortably, and on popular nights it held twice that, packed with wealthy women all desperate to place their bets. Lady Buckinghamshire employed only female dealers. This was intentional. It made the space feel safer for women who might have been uncomfortable gambling with male dealers who could gossip or judge. But it also created something subtly revolutionary, an all-female economy. Women running a business, women dealing the cards, women making the profit. women controlling the space entirely. The amounts wagered were staggering. We are talking about bets equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars in modern money. Some women lost their entire dowries in a single night. There are documented cases of aristocratic ladies gambling away their jewellery, their households, even their husbands' estates. Remember, they could not legally own property themselves, but they could certainly gamble it away. One account from 1796 describes a duchess who lost £12,000 in one evening of faro. To put that in perspective, that was more than many working families would earn in their entire lifetimes. More than the annual income of a successful merchant, gone in one night on the turn of cards. Now you might be wondering, why? Why would these women risk everything? What possessed them to gamble so recklessly? And here is where the story gets psychologically fascinating, because I think the gambling was never really about the money. It was about something deeper, something more primal. Think about what we have learned about Victorian women's lives. Think about how controlled, how restricted, how predictable every moment of their existence was supposed to be. They could not choose their own husbands. Marriages were arranged. They could not control their own money. That belonged to fathers or husbands. They could not pursue careers, travel alone, express opinions freely, or make any significant decisions about their own lives. Every single day was scripted. Wake at a certain time, dress in a certain way, make social calls to certain people, say certain acceptable things, maintain certain appearances, be decorative, be pleasant, be agreeable, be small, and then imagine walking into a gambling den, sitting at a faro table, putting money on a card. And in that moment, just that moment, your fate is not determined by your father's wishes or your husband's decisions or society's expectations. It is determined by pure, beautiful, terrifying chance. Nobody can tell you what card will turn up. Nobody can control it. For once in your carefully controlled life, you are facing genuine risk, genuine possibility, genuine freedom, even if it is the freedom to lose everything. I think that is what they were addicted to, not the money, the unpredictability, the risk, the feeling of being truly alive instead of slowly suffocating in respectability. Of course, Victorian moralists did not see it that way. They saw women gambling as evidence of fundamental moral corruption, and they had plenty to say about it. Religious leaders preached sermons condemning gambling women as worse than prostitutes. At least prostitutes, they argued, were usually poor women forced into sin by circumstance. But these gambling ladies, they were wealthy, they had everything, and they chose vice anyway. That made them, in the eyes of the church, utterly irredeemable. Newspapers published scandalized accounts of gambling dens being raided. They described in shocked tones the amounts of money found on the tables, the empty wine bottles, the disheveled state of ladies who'd been gambling until dawn. They implied, sometimes stated outright, that gambling was a gateway to even worse behavior, sexual impropriety, adultery, the complete breakdown of feminine virtue, and Victorian historians writing decades later took this moralizing to new heights. They rewrote the story of the pharaoh ladies as a cautionary tale. They turned these women into villains, reckless, selfish creatures who nearly destroyed English society with their greed and wickedness. John Ashton, that historian I quoted earlier, wrote an entire book about gambling in the 1700s and 1800s, and when he gets to the section about women gamblers, his language becomes almost hysterical. He talks about gambling as a disease that women spread. He describes them as having lost all sense of shame and abandoned every principle of feminine delicacy. Reading his work now, the misogyny is breathtaking. But it also reveals something important. These women genuinely frightened him. They frightened all the men writing history, all the men making laws, all the men trying to maintain control over a changing world. Because the Pharaoh ladies proved something dangerous, that women did not need men's permission to have fun. They did not need men's supervision to manage money, even if they lost it. They did not need men's approval to take risks, make choices, and live boldly. That independence, even in this transgressive form, was terrifying to a patriarchal society. But here is where the story takes an even more interesting turn. Because Victorian society faced a real dilemma with the Pharaoh ladies. They could not simply arrest all these women. These were not anonymous criminals. These were duchesses, countesses, women married to members of parliament, to military officers, to the most powerful men in England. Arresting them would have caused scandals that would splash across every family in the aristocracy. It would have exposed the hypocrisy at the heart of upper-class life. The fact that behind all that respectability, the wealthy were just as prone to vice as anyone else. Maybe more so, because they had the money and leisure to indulge every whim. So instead, society tried a different approach. They focused on shutting down the gambling establishments themselves. They passed laws making it illegal to operate a gaming house. They conducted occasional raids designed more for show than actual enforcement. And most importantly, they used social pressure. Women caught gambling were socially ruined. Not legally punished, but socially destroyed. Their names were whispered in scandalized tones. They were dropped from guest lists. Their daughters found it harder to make good marriages. They became cautionary tales that other women were supposed to learn from. This is a tactic we have seen before, is it not? When you cannot legally control women's behavior, you use shame, you use reputation, you use the threat of social death to keep them in line. And for many women it worked. The fear of scandal was powerful enough to make them step back from the edge, to return to their respectable lives and never speak of those nights in the gambling dens again. But not all of them stopped. Some women were too far gone, too addicted to the thrill. There are tragic stories of aristocratic ladies who lost everything, their marriages, their children, their homes, because they could not stop gambling. Victorian newspapers loved these stories. They published them as moral lessons, proof of what happened when women stepped outside their proper roles. And yes, those stories are tragic. Addiction is real, regardless of the era. Some of these women genuinely suffered because of their gambling. Families were destroyed, fortunes were lost, lives were ruined. But here is what those moralizing newspapers never acknowledged. Many of those women were already trapped in lives of quiet desperation. The gambling was a symptom, not a cause. They were not gambling because they were evil or weak. They were gambling because it was the only form of excitement, autonomy, and risk-taking available to them in a world that demanded they be decorative objects in their own lives. If they had been allowed to run businesses, pursue careers, travel independently, make their own choices, would they have needed to seek that thrill at the Pharaoh table? We will never know. But I think it is worth asking. What fascinates me most about the Pharaoh ladies is how they existed as this strange mirror image of the bluestockings. The bluestockings sought freedom through the mind, through education, literature, intellectual conversation. They stayed within the bounds of what society could almost accept, even if it made people nervous. The Pharaoh ladies sought freedom through pleasure, through risk, excitement, transgression. They shattered every boundary of acceptable feminine behavior. They were everything Victorian women were not supposed to be. Loud, reckless, pleasure-seeking, unapologetic. Both groups were responding to the same fundamental problem, the suffocating restrictions on women's lives, But they chose completely opposite paths, and both groups were punished for it, just in different ways. The Bluestockings were mocked and dismissed as unfeminine pedants. The pharaoh ladies were condemned as immoral degenerates. Society found a way to punish women whether they sought intellectual freedom or sensual freedom. The message was clear: there is no acceptable form of female autonomy. Stay in your place or suffer the consequences. But here is the beautiful thing. They did it anyway. Both groups. They risked everything. Their reputations, their social standing, sometimes their families and fortunes, because the alternative was worse. The alternative was to accept the cage, to live and die having never really lived at all. That takes courage, a different kind of courage than we celebrate in history books, maybe. Not the courage of battlefield heroes or pioneering explorers, but the courage to claim joy, excitement, and autonomy in a world designed to deny you all three. The courage to say, I would rather be scandalous than suffocate. The pharaoh craze eventually faded. Gambling laws became stricter. Society became better at pressuring women back into acceptable behavior. The specific gambling dens closed. The pharaoh ladies grew older, or wiser, or simply more afraid. But the impulse they represented never disappeared. Throughout the Victorian era and beyond, women continued to seek spaces where they could break free from the endless restrictions, where they could take risks, make choices, and feel genuinely alive. Sometimes those spaces were intellectual, like the Bluestocking salons. Sometimes they were spiritual, as we're about to discover. Sometimes they were political. Sometimes they were scandalous. But they all shared one thing. They were places where women could be more than society said they should be. And speaking of spiritual spaces, this is where things get really fascinating. Because we are about to enter a world that makes gambling dens look absolutely tame by comparison. We're about to meet Victorian women who did not just break social rules, they claimed to break the rules of reality itself. We're about to step into the mysterious, controversial, absolutely wild world of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Victorian women who practiced magic, who performed elaborate rituals involving robes and daggers and symbolic crucifixions, who claimed to communicate with secret chiefs in other dimensions, who studied alchemy, Kabbalah, and ceremonial magic. And here is the really shocking part. This organization, unlike the Freemasons and nearly every other secret society of the time, welcomed women as full and equal members. Women could rise through the ranks. Women could lead rituals. Women could access the same secret knowledge as men. In a Victorian world that told women they were intellectually and spiritually inferior, the Golden Dawn said, actually, you might be our most powerful magicians. So take a deep breath. Maybe light a candle if you've got one nearby. We are entering mystical territory now. The pharaoh ladies were dangerous because they claimed pleasure. But the women of the Golden Dawn? They claimed power, and that was even more threatening. Let us pull back the veil and see what secrets they were keeping. Picture a woman standing in a dimly lit temple room in London, 1898. She's wearing an elaborate ceremonial robe, white with golden symbols embroidered across the chest. In her right hand, she holds a ceremonial dagger. In her left, a chalice filled with wine. Around her neck hangs a rose cross, a symbol combining Christian and pagan imagery in ways that would horrify the respectable church-going society she comes from. She's about to perform a ritual that she believes will allow her to communicate with beings from other dimensions. Beings called the secret chiefs who possess ultimate wisdom about the nature of reality itself. This is not fiction. This is not fantasy. This is Victorian England. And this woman, along with hundreds of others, is a member of the most influential magical order of the 19th century, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And here is the part that would have shocked Victorian society most of all. She has exactly the same rank, the same access to secret knowledge, the same ritual authority as the men standing beside her. In a world where women could not vote, could not attend most universities, could barely exist in public life, in the Golden Dawn they were equals. Sometimes they were leaders. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was founded in 1888 by three men: William Wynne Westcott, a London coroner, Samuel Liddell Mathers, a scholar of occult texts, and William Robert Woodman, a physician. All three were Freemasons, which is important because they took the Masonic model, the hierarchical structure, the initiation rituals, the secret knowledge revealed in stages, and they did something radical with it. They opened it to women. Now you might think, well, that is nice of them. How progressive. But let me be clear, this was not about being nice. This was revolutionary. This was unprecedented. This shattered one of the most fundamental rules of secret societies in Victorian England. The Freemasons, which had existed for centuries and included virtually every powerful man in Britain, absolutely refused to admit women. They had complex philosophical justifications for this. They claimed their rituals were specifically masculine, that women's presence would disrupt the mystical energy, that certain knowledge was simply not appropriate for the female mind. But Westcott and Mathers, whether through genuine belief in equality or simply recognizing that talented women could advance their cause, created an order where gender did not matter. What mattered was dedication, intelligence, and the ability to master complex esoteric knowledge. And Victorian women, starved for intellectual challenge and spiritual meaning, flooded in. Within a decade, the Golden Dawn had over 100 members, and the women in that group, they were not just participating, they were excelling. They were rising through the ranks faster than many of the men. They were leading rituals, creating new magical techniques, and pushing the boundaries of what the order could achieve. Let me introduce you to some of these extraordinary women, because their stories are absolutely wild. First, Florence Farr. She was already famous when she joined the Golden Dawn, a celebrated actress who had performed in plays by George Bernard Shaw and W.B. Yeats. On stage, she was known for her powerful voice and commanding presence, but in the Golden Dawn she was known as Sapientia Sapienti Donna Data. Wisdom is a gift given to the wise, her magical motto. Florence was not content to simply follow the rituals handed down by the order's founders. She developed her own techniques. She experimented with what she called vibratory formulas, specific ways of chanting magical names that she believed could alter consciousness and reality. She led a secret subgroup within the Golden Dawn called the Sphere, where the most advanced members explored even deeper mysteries. And here is something I love about Florence. She was utterly unafraid of scandal. While other women hid their membership in the Golden Dawn, terrified of what society would think, Florence openly wrote about magic and mysticism. She published articles. She gave lectures. She eventually left England entirely and moved to Sri Lanka to run a school, where she continued her spiritual explorations until her death in 1917. She lived exactly as she wanted. She chose mysticism over respectability. She chose power over propriety. And she never apologized for any of it. Then there was Annie Horniman. Now Annie came from serious money. Her family owned the famous Horniman Tea Company. She could have spent her life as a wealthy society lady, attending balls and doing charity work. Instead, she poured her fortune into two passions: theatre and magic. Annie used her wealth to build two of the most important theatres in British history, the Abbey Theatre in Dublin, and the Gaiety Theatre in Manchester. She essentially created modern repertory theatre as we know it. She gave opportunities to playwrights and actors who would never have had a chance otherwise. But that was her public life, her secret life. That was the Golden Dawn. Annie's initiation into the higher grades of the order involved one of the most intense rituals ever recorded. She was symbolically crucified, actually bound to a cross as part of a ceremony representing death and rebirth. Can you imagine? This wealthy Victorian lady voluntarily undergoing a ritual that combined pagan symbolism with twisted Christian imagery, believing that this would give her access to hidden knowledge about the universe. What drives someone to that? What combination of spiritual hunger and intellectual curiosity and sheer courage does it take to say yes to an experience like that? I think about Annie Horniman sometimes, tied to that cross in a secret temple room, and I wonder what was going through her mind. Was she afraid? Was she exhilarated? Did she truly believe she was accessing cosmic secrets? Or was it perhaps the only way she could imagine breaking free from the suffocating expectations of being a wealthy Victorian woman? And then we have Maud Gonne. Oh, Maud Gonne is a whole story unto herself. She was an aristocrat, stunningly beautiful by all accounts, and she used every advantage she had to become one of the most effective revolutionaries of her time. Maud was obsessed with Irish independence. She travelled across Ireland giving speeches that literally incited riots. She was an international spy, passing information between Irish revolutionaries and their French supporters. She was so dangerous that the British government kept files on her, tracking her movements, trying to contain her influence. She was also the great unrequited love of the poet W.B. Yeats, who wrote some of the most beautiful love poetry in the English language about her, and she refused him again and again, because she had more important things to do than be some poet's muse. She had a country to free, and in whatever spare time she had left over from revolution and espionage, she practiced ceremonial magic in the Golden Dawn. Maud saw no contradiction between her political activism and her mystical beliefs. In fact, she thought they reinforced each other. She believed that accessing spiritual power would help her in her revolutionary work. She performed magical rituals intended to protect Ireland and harm its enemies. Whether you believe in magic or not, you have to admire the sheer audacity of it. This woman was fighting the British Empire on every possible level: physical, political, and mystical. She held nothing back. She used every tool available to her, even tools that most people would dismiss as superstition. But the woman who fascinates me most is Moyna Bergson Mathers. She was Samuel Mathers's wife, and while he was the public face of the Golden Dawn, many historians believe she was its true spiritual heart. Moyna was an artist, a brilliant one. She created the elaborate temple decorations for the Golden Dawn's rituals. She designed the ceremonial robes, painted the symbolic diagrams, crafted the ritual tools. Everything the members used in their magical work, Moyna created with her own hands. But she was more than just an artist. Moyna claimed to be in direct contact with the secret chiefs, those mysterious beings who supposedly guided the order from beyond the physical world. She said they spoke through her, giving her instructions and revelations. Now, were the secret chiefs real? That is a question people have been debating for over a century. Some members genuinely believed Moyna was channeling higher beings. Others thought it was all psychological, that she was accessing deep parts of her own unconscious mind and interpreting that as external entities. Still others believed it was deliberate fraud, a way for Moyna and her husband to maintain control over the order. We will never know for certain. But here is what we do know. Moyna was utterly devoted to the Golden Dawn. When the order fell apart in scandal and infighting in the early 1900s, when most members left or formed splinter groups, Moina stayed. She kept teaching, kept practicing, kept the flame alive. She died in poverty in 1928. Most of her artwork has been lost or destroyed, but without Moina, the Golden Dawn would have been just another failed Victorian experiment. She gave it beauty, mystery, and a touch of the genuinely otherworldly. Her magical motto was Vestigia nulla retrorsum, I never retrace my steps, and she never did. Once she committed to the path of magic, she walked it until the very end, regardless of poverty, ridicule, or obscurity. That kind of dedication is almost frightening, but it is also deeply moving. So what did these women actually do in the Golden Dawn? What were these rituals that they believed gave them magical power? The Golden Dawn system was incredibly complex. It drew on Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition. It incorporated Egyptian symbolism, Greco-Roman mythology, Christian mysticism, alchemy, astrology, and tarot. Members had to study all of these systems and understand how they interconnected. The order was organized into grades, like a mystical university. You started as a neophyte, essentially a beginner. Then you progressed through grades associated with the four elements: Zelata for earth, Theoricus for air, Practicus for water, and Philosophus for fire. Each grade required you to master specific knowledge and pass examinations. Yes, examinations. Written tests on magical theory. You could not just show up and wave a wand around. You had to study. You had to write essays on alchemical symbolism and Kabbalistic correspondences, and the proper way to construct a magical circle. This intellectual rigor is part of why the Golden Dawn attracted so many brilliant people. It was not just emotional or spiritual, it demanded serious scholarship. For women who had been denied access to universities, this was intoxicating. Here was a system that treated them as capable of understanding complex philosophical ideas, that expected them to think deeply and analytically. And then, once you had mastered the outer order, you could apply to join the inner order, the Rose Rubae et Ore Crucis, the Rose of Ruby and the Cross of Gold. This is where the serious magic happened. Inner order rituals were elaborate, dramatic ceremonies that could last for hours. Members wore those ceremonial robes I mentioned, each decorated with symbols corresponding to their grade. They used ritual tools, a wand representing will, a cup representing intuition, a dagger representing intellect, and a pentacle representing the physical body. The temple rooms where they performed these rituals were decorated with enormous painted diagrams, the tree of life from Kabbalah, the zodiac, elemental symbols. Everything was color-coded according to precise symbolic systems. Nothing was random. Every gesture, every word, every color had meaning. A typical ritual might involve the magicians tracing symbolic shapes in the air with their daggers, vibrating divine names in specific patterns, invoking angels or elemental forces, moving through the temple in choreographed patterns. They believed that performing these actions correctly could alter consciousness, heal illness, gain knowledge, or influence events in the material world. Does it work? I cannot answer that for you. What I can tell you is that these people, including some of the most intelligent, accomplished individuals of their era, believed it worked. They devoted years of their lives to mastering these techniques. They risked social disgrace. They invested enormous time and energy. And many of them reported profound experiences, visions, insights, moments of connection with something they perceived as greater than themselves. Whether you interpret that as accessing genuine magical forces, or as powerful psychological experiences, or as elaborate self-delusion, It clearly meant something deeply important to them. But of course, this being Victorian England, scandal was inevitable. And when the scandal hit, it was spectacular. The trouble started with Aleister Crowley. Now, Crowley is famous now, or infamous, depending on your perspective, as one of the most controversial occultists of the 20th century. But in 1900, he was just a young man desperate to be initiated into the Golden Dawn's inner order. The London members refused him. They thought he was morally unsuitable, and they were probably right. Crowley was already developing a reputation for drugs, sexual experimentation, and generally being insufferable. He treated magic like a toy, something to play with for his own amusement, rather than the serious spiritual system the Golden Dawn believed it to be. But Samuel Mathers, who was living in Paris by this time, overruled the London group and initiated Crowley anyway. This created a crisis. The London members were furious. They felt Mathers had betrayed their trust and violated the order's standards. And then, I'm not making this up, Crowley tried to take over the London temple by force. In April 1900, dressed in full magical regalia, including a black mask and Highland kilt, carrying a dagger, Crowley stormed into the Golden Dawn's temple on Blythe Road. He claimed he was there on Mathers's orders to seize control of the premises. Can you picture this scene? This is Victorian London, respectable people walking past on the street outside, and inside there is a man in a kilt and a mask waving a ceremonial dagger, trying to overthrow a magical society through what amounts to a mystical coup. The members called the police. The police arrived, utterly baffled by what they were witnessing. Eventually, Crowley was forcibly removed, and the whole mess ended up in court. The newspapers had a field day. "Magician in court!" the headline screamed. The respectable members of the Golden Dawn were mortified. Their secret society was suddenly very public, and it looked absolutely ridiculous. This scandal, combined with ongoing disputes about leadership and philosophy, essentially destroyed the Golden Dawn as a unified organization. By 1903, it had splintered into multiple competing groups. Some members left entirely, embarrassed by the public spectacle. Others formed new orders with new names, trying to salvage what they could from the wreckage. But here is the thing. The Golden Dawn's collapse as an organization did not erase its influence. In fact, in some ways, the splintering spread its ideas further. Former members went on to found their own magical orders, write their own books, develop their own systems. The Golden Dawn's teachings became the foundation for virtually all of Western ceremonial magic in the 20th century. Wicca, the modern pagan witchcraft religion, it draws heavily on Golden Dawn symbolism and ritual structure. Chaos magic, which emerged in the 1970s. It is a reaction against the Golden Dawn's rigidity, but it could not exist without it. Even modern tarot interpretation owes much to the Golden Dawn system of correspondences, and those women, Florence Farr, Annie Horniman, Maud Gonne, Moina Mathers, and dozens of others whose names have been lost. They were part of creating that legacy. They were not just following magical teachings created by men. They were actively shaping, developing, and in some cases leading the most influential magical order of their time. Here is what moves me most about these women. They were searching for power in a world that had no legitimate path to power for them. They could not vote. They could not hold office. They could not be clergy in most churches. They were shut out of almost every formal structure of authority. So they created their own. They said, if we cannot have worldly power, we will seek spiritual power. We will learn to work with forces that transcend the petty human hierarchies that exclude us. We will become magicians. Whether the magic was real in any objective sense almost does not matter. What matters is that they claimed authority over their own spiritual lives. They studied, practiced, and mastered a complex system of knowledge. They performed rituals that made them feel powerful, connected, capable of affecting reality. In a world that told them they were weak, they said, "We are magicians." In a world that told them they were intellectually inferior, they said, "We understand mysteries you cannot begin to fathom." In a world that told them to be small and quiet and obedient, they said, "We command angels and invoke divine names and manipulate the fundamental forces of the universe." That is a revolution, even if it is a revolution that happens in temple rooms instead of the streets. That is women claiming space, knowledge, and power in the only way available to them. Now, after all that drama with ceremonial magic and symbolic crucifixions and Aleister Crowley's ridiculous kilt, you might need something a bit calmer, something a bit more philosophical, more respectable. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that our next society is more publicly acceptable than the Golden Dawn. The bad news is that it is just as radical, just as threatening to Victorian norms, and in some ways even more influential. We're about to meet the women of the Theosophical Society, women who combined Eastern mysticism with Western philosophy, women who claimed that all religions share a common core of truth, women who openly welcomed not just female members, but celebrated women as spiritual leaders. And we're going to meet Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, one of the most controversial, fascinating, and genuinely bizarre women of the Victorian era. A woman who claimed to have studied with mystical masters in Tibet, who wrote books channeled from beings in other dimensions, who founded a movement that would influence everything from modern yoga to the New Age movement. Buckle up. Because if you thought the Golden Dawn was strange, Theosophy is going to blow your mind. And once again, Victorian women are at the centre of the story, not as followers, but as leaders, teachers, and visionaries claiming spiritual authority in a world desperate to silence them. Let us journey east, metaphorically speaking. The secret chiefs of the Golden Dawn are about to meet the masters of Theosophy, and trust me, it is going to be fascinating. If the Golden Dawn was Victorian England's secret magical underground, then the Theosophical Society was its mystical revolution in broad daylight. And at the centre of it all stood one of the most extraordinary, controversial, and frankly bewildering women you will ever encounter, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Imagine a Russian aristocrat who ran away from her marriage at 17, spent 20 years wandering the world, or so she claimed, studying with mystical masters in Tibet, learning ancient secrets in Egypt, exploring the spiritual mysteries of India. Then imagine her showing up in New York City in 1875, chain-smoking cigarettes, swearing like a sailor, and announcing that she is going to revolutionize Western spirituality. That was Madame Blavatsky, and somehow, impossibly, she actually did it. Let me set the scene for you. Victorian England in the late 1800s was experiencing what we might call a spiritual crisis. Traditional Christianity was losing its grip on the intellectual classes. Darwin's theory of evolution had shaken the foundations of biblical literalism. Science was explaining away miracles. The old certainties were crumbling. But here is the thing. Most people still hungered for meaning. They wanted to believe in something beyond material reality. They wanted to think that human existence had purpose, that consciousness continued after death, that there were mysteries science could not explain. Into this spiritual vacuum stepped Theosophy, and it offered something radical, a synthesis of Eastern and Western mysticism, a philosophy that said all religions contain fragments of a universal truth, a system that embraced science while still insisting on the existence of spiritual realities, and most revolutionary of all, from the very beginning, Theosophy treated women as spiritual equals, not grudgingly, not conditionally, but as a fundamental principle of the organization. The Theosophical Society was founded in New York in 1875 by Blavatsky, Colonel Henry Steele Olcott, and several others. But make no mistake, Blavatsky was the visionary. She was the one who wrote the massive tomes explaining theosophical philosophy. She was the one who claimed direct contact with the masters, enlightened beings who supposedly guided humanity from hidden locations in the Himalayas. And she was a woman who gave absolutely zero consideration to what Victorian society thought women should be. Let me tell you what Blavatsky looked like, because it matters. She was not conventionally beautiful by Victorian standards. She was large, heavy-set, with a round face and piercing eyes that people described as both magnetic and unsettling. She dressed in loose, flowing clothes, scandalous for the time, because she could not be bothered with corsets and crinolines. She smoked constantly. Not delicate little cigarettes either. Hand-rolled cigarettes that she chain-smoked throughout the day, filling rooms with tobacco haze. Victorian ladies were absolutely not supposed to smoke. It was considered coarse, masculine, unladylike. Blavatsky did not care. She swore, colourfully and frequently. She had a vocabulary that would make soldiers blush, and she used it liberally when people annoyed her, which was often. Victorian women were supposed to speak in soft, refined tones, never raising their voices or using crude language. Blavatsky thought that was nonsense, and she was brilliant, infuriatingly, undeniably brilliant. She wrote 2 enormous books, Isis Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine, each running to more than 1,000 pages. These were not simple spiritual guides. They were dense, complex works synthesizing religion, philosophy, science, and mysticism from cultures around the world. Whether you believed her sources or not, you could not deny the sheer intellectual ambition. Victorian society did not know what to do with her. She was everything a woman was not supposed to be, and yet she commanded attention. People flocked to hear her speak. Her books became bestsellers. The Theosophical Society grew rapidly, spreading from New York to London to India. How did she do it? How did this unconventional, abrasive, chain-smoking Russian woman become one of the most influential spiritual teachers of her era? Part of it was timing. She offered answers when people were desperate for them. Part of it was the exotic appeal of Eastern mysticism. Victorian England was fascinated by India, Tibet, and the Orient, even as they colonized those places. And part of it was simply the force of her personality. Blavatsky was charismatic in a way that defied conventional rules. She did not try to be likable. She was authentic, fierce, and utterly convinced of her mission. But I think there is something else too. I think Victorian women, especially, responded to Blavatsky because she proved that a woman could be a spiritual authority. Not a nun following rules set by male clergy. Not a medium passively channeling spirits. But an active teacher, writer, and leader who claimed direct knowledge of cosmic truths. Blavatsky said things like, "There is no religion higher than truth." She said all spiritual traditions, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, ancient Egyptian religion, all contained pieces of the same fundamental wisdom. She said that human beings could evolve spiritually, could develop psychic powers, could eventually become godlike through knowledge and discipline. And she said women were just as capable of this spiritual evolution as men. In fact, in some theosophical teachings, the divine feminine principle was considered essential. The goddess was just as important as the god. Balance between masculine and feminine was necessary for enlightenment. Can you imagine how revolutionary that sounded to Victorian women, raised on the idea that Eve's sin had condemned all women to spiritual inferiority? The Theosophical Society's structure reflected this egalitarian philosophy. From the beginning, women held positions of leadership. They gave lectures, wrote for theosophical journals, led study groups, and travelled as missionaries spreading the teachings. One of the most influential was Annie Besant. Now, Annie is fascinating because her journey to theosophy was so unlikely. She started out as a conventional Victorian wife and mother, but she left her abusive clergyman husband, a shocking act in itself, and became a political radical, advocating for birth control, workers' rights, and women's suffrage. In 1889, she read Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine and experienced what she described as a spiritual awakening. She joined the Theosophical Society and quickly became one of its most prominent speakers. After Blavatsky's death in 1891, Annie eventually became the international president of the society, a woman leading a global spiritual organization with tens of thousands of members. Think about what that meant. In a world where women could not be ordained as Christian ministers, where they were barred from religious leadership in virtually every major faith, the Theosophical Society said, "Here, have a woman as your international president. Learn from her. Follow her spiritual guidance." Annie used her platform to campaign not just for spiritual development, but for social justice. She travelled to India and became deeply involved in the Indian independence movement. She fought for education reform, for women's rights, for the dignity of colonized peoples. She saw no separation between spiritual evolution and political liberation. That is theosophy in action. This idea that you could not just sit in meditation seeking personal enlightenment while the world burned around you. True spiritual development required working for justice, equality, and human dignity. But let us talk about those masters, because this is where theosophy gets really interesting and really controversial. Blavatsky claimed that the theosophical teachings came from the masters, also called the Mahatmas. These were supposedly enlightened beings, humans who had achieved such a high level of spiritual evolution that they possessed extraordinary powers and wisdom. They lived in hidden locations, primarily in the Himalayas, guiding human evolution from behind the scenes. The masters had exotic names: Maurya, Kuthumi, the Venetian, and others. Blavatsky claimed to be in constant contact with them, receiving teachings telepathically or through mysterious letters that would materialize out of thin air. Now, did the masters really exist? This question has been debated for nearly 150 years. Skeptics, and there were many, accused Blavatsky of fraud. They said she wrote the masters' letters herself, that she used magic tricks to make them appear mysteriously. Some investigations claim to expose her techniques. Believers insisted the masters were real. They pointed to the complexity and consistency of the teachings, arguing that Blavatsky could not have invented all of it herself. Some claim to have seen the masters in visions or dreams. A few even claim to have met them in person. Here is my take. I do not know if the masters existed as physical beings. Maybe they did not. But I do know that millions of people found the theosophical teachings meaningful. They found in theosophy a spiritual path that made sense to them, that gave them purpose and direction, and I think it is significant that this teaching, whether it came from Himalayan masters or from Blavatsky's own brilliant, strange mind, positioned women as spiritual equals. That was not an accident. That was a core principle that ran through everything theosophy taught. The Theosophical Society offered something that most Victorian women desperately needed: education, serious, challenging, intellectual education in philosophy, comparative religion, meditation, and metaphysics. Theosophical lodges, they were called lodges, borrowing the term from Masonic tradition, held regular study groups. Members would gather to read and discuss complex texts. They would study Hindu scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita, Buddhist sutras, Western philosophical works, scientific theories. They would debate ideas about consciousness, evolution, the nature of reality. For women who had been denied university education, this was intoxicating. Here was a place where nobody questioned whether women's minds could handle complex ideas. Here was a place where women taught classes, led discussions, and were respected as authorities. And unlike the Golden Dawn's secret rituals, theosophical meetings were public. They advertised in newspapers. They rented halls and gave open lectures. Any woman could walk in off the street and start learning. There was something deeply democratic about that. The Golden Dawn was exclusive, requiring initiation and sworn secrecy. The blue stockings were confined to the aristocratic classes, but Theosophy said, "Come as you are, learn, grow, transform yourself." That accessibility meant the society attracted a wonderfully diverse membership. Yes, there were wealthy women like Annie Besant, but there were also school teachers, shop girls, nurses, clerks, working women who saved their pennies to buy theosophical books and attended meetings on their days off. The teachings themselves were wildly ambitious. Theosophy did not just offer a spiritual path, it offered a complete cosmology, a detailed explanation of how the universe worked, where humans came from, where we were going, and our place in the grand scheme of existence. According to theosophical teachings, the universe operates in vast cycles. Civilizations rise and fall, souls reincarnate again and again, learning lessons in each lifetime, gradually evolving toward perfection. We're not just physical bodies. We have multiple subtle bodies, each vibrating at different frequencies. We're connected to cosmic forces, to planetary influences, to hierarchies of spiritual beings. And humanity is evolving not just biologically but spiritually. We're developing new faculties, intuition, telepathy, clairvoyance. Eventually, far in the future, humanity will achieve a state of consciousness so advanced that we will essentially become the masters ourselves, guiding the next wave of evolving souls. It was like science fiction mixed with ancient religion, mixed with cutting-edge philosophy. It was grand, optimistic, and deeply appealing to people who wanted to believe that existence had meaning and purpose. For Victorian women specifically, the doctrine of reincarnation was liberating. It meant that your current circumstances, being born into a restricted, oppressive society, were temporary. It meant you would have other lifetimes, other opportunities. It meant that spiritual development was not about being a perfect Victorian lady. It was about the eternal journey of the soul, which transcended gender, class, and social conventions. Now, Theosophy's relationship with Christianity was complicated. Blavatsky did not exactly make friends with the churches. She was highly critical of organized Christianity, arguing that it had distorted the original teachings of Jesus. She claimed Jesus was an enlightened master, sure, but no more divine than other great spiritual teachers like Buddha or Krishna. To Victorian Christians, this was heresy, pure and simple. They accused Theosophy of being anti-Christian, of leading people away from salvation. Some churches preached sermons warning their congregations against the dangers of theosophical teaching. But here is the fascinating thing. Many Theosophists did not see themselves as leaving Christianity. They saw themselves as going deeper into its mysteries. They argued that Christianity itself contained esoteric teachings that the churches had suppressed or forgotten. They saw theosophy as revealing the true universal spirituality that underlay all religions. This caused enormous tension for some women. Imagine being raised in a devout Christian household, taught that Jesus is the only path to salvation. Then you discover theosophy, which opens up entire new worlds of spiritual possibility. Do you abandon your childhood faith? Do you try to integrate the new teachings with the old? Do you keep your theosophical interests secret from your Christian family? Many women struggled with these questions. Some left Christianity entirely and embraced theosophy completely. Others tried to walk a middle path, attending church on Sundays and theosophical meetings on weeknights. Still others were forced to choose when family members demanded they give up this dangerous Eastern mysticism. It was painful, but it was also a kind of liberation. For the first time, many women were making their own choices about their spiritual lives instead of simply following the religion they were born into. The Theosophical Society also had an international dimension that was genuinely revolutionary. Remember, this is the height of the British Empire. Victorian England saw itself as superior to the primitive peoples it colonised. Christianity was considered the only true religion, and British culture the pinnacle of civilization. Theosophy said, "Actually, the East has wisdom the West desperately needs. India, Tibet, China. These cultures have maintained spiritual knowledge that Europe lost centuries ago. We need to learn from them, not just conquer them." Blavatsky and the other theosophical leaders moved the society's headquarters to India in 1878. Not London, not New York, India. They were saying, this is where the real spiritual action is. This was deeply uncomfortable for many British theosophists. They wanted the exotic wisdom of the East, but they still carried assumptions about British superiority. They wanted to learn yoga and meditation, but they still thought British culture was more advanced. The Indian members of the Theosophical Society, and there were many, had to navigate this complicated dynamic. On one hand, here was a Western organization that actually respected Eastern spirituality, that said Hindu and Buddhist teachings were valuable. On the other hand, there was still a lot of Orientalism, a lot of Western people romanticizing and misunderstanding Eastern cultures. But the Theosophical Society did create spaces where Indian women could teach and lead, where Eastern and Western women could meet as equals, or at least as more equal than in most other contexts of the time. That was something. Annie Besant's work in India is a perfect example. She learned Hindi and Sanskrit. She founded schools and colleges. She became a champion of Indian independence, which eventually got her arrested by the British authorities. She saw her spiritual work and her political work as inseparable. Not everyone in the Theosophical Society supported her political activism. Some members thought spirituality should stay out of politics. But Annie argued that you could not claim to be working for human evolution while ignoring injustice and oppression. Her vision of theosophy was fundamentally connected to social change. Of course, like every organization we've talked about tonight, theosophy had its scandals and controversies. There were accusations of fraud against Blavatsky. There were power struggles after her death. There were splinter groups and competing interpretations of the teachings. One of the strangest controversies involved a young Indian boy named Jiddu Krishnamurti. In 1909, when he was 14 years old, theosophical leaders, including Annie Besant, declared that he was the vessel for the coming world teacher, a messianic figure who would lead humanity into a new age. They groomed him for this role, educated him, built an entire organization around him called the Order of the Star in the East. Thousands of theosophists believed this boy was the next Buddha, the next Christ. And then, In 1929, Krishnamurti stood up at a gathering of his followers and essentially said, "This is all nonsense. I am not a messiah. Truth is a pathless land. You do not need organizations or leaders or teachings. Dissolve the order. Think for yourselves." It was one of the most dramatic rejections of spiritual authority in modern history, and it threw the Theosophical Society into crisis. Many members left, disillusioned. Others doubled down, insisting they still understood the Master's plan even if Krishnamurti did not. But here is what I find beautiful about it. Krishnamurti went on to become an extraordinary spiritual teacher in his own right, teaching radical freedom from all belief systems. And maybe that is the ultimate theosophical teaching, not to follow any external authority, not even theosophical authority, but to discover truth yourself. The legacy of theosophy in modern spirituality is absolutely enormous. Almost every New Age practice you can think of, crystal healing, chakras, auras, past life regression, channeling, these all trace their roots back to theosophical teachings. Modern yoga in the West, heavily influenced by theosophy, interest in Buddhism and Eastern meditation. Theosophy helped popularize that, and the idea that all religions share a common mystical core, that you can be spiritual but not religious, that personal spiritual experience matters more than institutional authority. These are all ideas that theosophy championed when they were truly radical. For women specifically, theosophy opened doors. It created a model of spiritual leadership that was not dependent on male approval. It gave women intellectual challenges and opportunities for teaching and leadership. It said, "Your spiritual insights matter. Your mystical experiences are valid. You do not need a male priest or minister to mediate between you and the divine." That was revolutionary, and it remains influential. Many contemporary feminist spirituality movements, goddess worship, women's circles, feminine mysticism, they are walking paths that theosophists helped create. So we've travelled now through intellectual salons, gambling dens, magical temples, and mystical societies. We have watched Victorian women claim space for their minds, their pleasure, their spiritual power, and their cosmic philosophies. But all of these societies, fascinating as they are, were relatively small. The Blue Stockings numbered in the dozens. The Golden Dawn had maybe 100 active members at its peak. Even Theosophy, for all its influence, was a minority movement. What about organizations that reached ordinary women? What about movements that could mobilize not just aristocrats and intellectuals, but teachers, nurses, shopgirls, factory workers, women from every class and background? Well, get ready. Because we are about to enter the world of ladies' literary clubs, and before you think that sounds boring, let me tell you, these book clubs were training grounds for revolution. These were the spaces where Victorian women learned how to organize, how to speak publicly, how to run meetings and manage money and work collectively toward shared goals. These literary clubs looked innocent, just ladies getting together to discuss novels, right? What could be dangerous about that? Everything, as it turns out. Everything. So let us turn the page, metaphorically speaking, and discover how reading books became a radical act, how discussing Jane Austen led to demanding the vote, how women used the love of literature to build the infrastructure that would eventually dismantle the Victorian patriarchy itself. Trust me, this is going to surprise you. The story of how book clubs changed the world is wilder than you might think. There is a moment in the history of social change that rarely makes it into textbooks. It happens quietly, in ordinary spaces, among women who would never describe themselves as revolutionaries. It happens when someone suggests forming a book club. Yes, a book club. I know what you're thinking. Book clubs are not revolutionary. They are pleasant gatherings where people drink wine and discuss novels they may or may not have finished reading. How could that possibly threaten the Victorian social order? Well, let me tell you a secret that Victorian men eventually figured out, much to their alarm. Teach women to analyse literature, and they will start analysing society. Teach them to critique fictional characters' choices, and they will start critiquing real social structures. Give them a space to voice opinions about books, and they will start voicing opinions about everything else. Book clubs were Trojan horses. They looked harmless. So harmless that Victorian society actually encouraged them. What better way for ladies to spend their leisure time than improving their minds with wholesome reading? But inside that innocent wooden horse was an army waiting to emerge. The Langham Place Circle, formed in the 1850s, is the perfect example of how this worked. It started with a few women meeting in a house on Langham Place in London to discuss literature and social issues. The founding members included Barbara Bodisham, Bessie Rayner Parkes, and several other intellectually ambitious women. On the surface, perfectly respectable. A literary discussion group. Nothing threatening there. But Barbara Bodisham was not just discussing books. She was one of the most radical feminists of her time. In 1857, remember, this is when married women still underwent civil death and lost all their property rights. Barbara published a pamphlet called A Brief Summary in Plain Language of the Most Important Laws Concerning Women. It was exactly what the title promised. A clear, accessible explanation of how English law systematically oppressed women. She laid it out in stark terms. A married woman could not own property, could not sign contracts, could not keep her own earnings, had no legal rights over her children, could be beaten by her husband with minimal legal consequences. Reading Barbara's pamphlet was like having cold water thrown in your face. She was not being subtle or polite. She was saying, "Look at this. This is wrong. This must change." And where did she develop these ideas? Where did she learn to write persuasively, to organise her arguments, to speak publicly about controversial topics? In literary discussion groups, in those supposedly harmless gatherings where women analysed novels and debated ideas. The Langham Place Circle did not stop at discussion. They created a portfolio of projects that were genuinely transformative. They founded the English Woman's Journal, one of the first periodicals focused on women's rights and women's work. They established the Society for Promoting the Employment of Women, which helped train women for professions beyond governess or needlework. They created reading rooms, physical spaces where women could go to read newspapers and journals, discuss current events, and escape the isolation of their homes. This might not sound revolutionary, but think about it. Most public reading rooms were for men only. Libraries were often restricted to male members. Women who wanted access to news and information had limited options. The Langham Place Reading Room was more than just a place to read. It was a gathering point, a networking hub, a place where women could meet others who shared their frustrations and aspirations. It was infrastructure for a movement that was slowly, quietly building. And it all started with women meeting to discuss books, with conversations about fictional heroines that evolved into conversations about real women's lives, with literary analysis that sharpened into political critique. Do you see the pattern? Victorian society thought it was safe to let women read novels. Novels were entertainment, after all, fiction, made-up stories. What harm could they do? But books are dangerous. Books open minds. Books show you worlds beyond your own experience. Books ask questions. And once you start asking questions, it is very hard to stop. Let me tell you about the books these women were reading and discussing, because the choices matter. They were not just reading what society deemed appropriate for ladies. the moralistic novels that reinforced traditional values. They were reading Jane Austen, yes, but reading her critically, noticing how her heroines navigated a society that gave them no good options, seeing how marriage was an economic necessity disguised as romance. They read the Bronte sisters, Charlotte, Emily and Anne, whose novels featured women who dared to want more than what society offered. Jane Eyre saying, "I am no bird and no net ensnares me." Catherine Earnshaw defying every convention of proper femininity. These were not passive domestic heroines. These were women with passion, intelligence, and rage. They read George Eliot, really Mary Ann Evans, who had to use a male pseudonym to be taken seriously. Her novels explored women's intellectual ambitions, the tragedy of thwarted potential, the ways society crushed female genius. Reading Middlemarch and discussing Dorothea Brooke's frustrated idealism was not just literary analysis. It was recognizing your own life reflected on the page, and they read contemporary novels that address social issues directly. Elizabeth Gaskell's North and South about labour conditions, Charles Dickens exposing poverty and injustice. These books prompted discussions about real social problems, about whether the current system was just, about what could be done to change it. Victorian men liked to think they were keeping women ignorant by denying them university education, but they gave women access to literature, and literature taught women everything they needed to know about analysing power, questioning authority, and imagining alternatives. The structure of these literary clubs was also important. They were usually organised democratically. Members would vote on which books to read, who would lead discussions, how to spend any funds the group collected. They would take turns hosting meetings in their homes, rotating responsibility. This might seem trivial, but it was practice. Practice in parliamentary procedure, practice in public speaking, because presenting your analysis of a novel to a group required confidence and skill. Practice in leadership. Practice in managing collective resources. When these same women later joined suffrage organisations or reform movements, they already knew how to run meetings. They knew how to take minutes, manage budgets, coordinate campaigns. They had learned organisational skills that Victorian society never formally taught women. The literary clubs were training grounds, boot camps for activists who did not even know they were activists yet. They were building muscles, intellectual, organisational, rhetorical muscles that would later be flexed in more overtly political contexts. And because they looked so innocent, society let them develop these skills without interference. By the time anyone realised what was happening, there was already a network of educated, organised, articulate women ready to demand change. One of my favourite examples of this progression is the story of a small literary club in Manchester in the 1860s. It started with 12 women meeting monthly to discuss books. Within 5 years, those same women had founded a school for girls, established a relief fund for impoverished women, and were actively campaigning for married women's property rights. They did not set out to become activists. They set out to read books together. But reading led to thinking. Thinking led to questioning. Questioning led to anger about injustice, and anger led to action. This is how social movements actually work, by the way. Not through dramatic declarations and sudden revolutions. Through thousands of small gatherings where people realize they are not alone. Where shared reading becomes shared understanding, becomes shared purpose. The Victorian establishment eventually caught on to this. By the 1880s and 90s, there were worried articles in newspapers and magazines about the proliferation of ladies' literary societies. Some critics called them hotbeds of radicalism disguised as culture. Others warned that women discussing books was leading them to unwomanly ambitions and discontent with their natural sphere. They were absolutely right to be worried. That is exactly what was happening. But not all literary clubs were overtly political. Many remained focused primarily on literature, art, and cultural enrichment, and that was valuable too. Because for women trapped in domestic drudgery, even just having regular intellectual stimulation was revolutionary. Imagine you're a middle-class Victorian woman. Your days are consumed with household management, childcare, and endless social obligations that feel meaningless. You read books, but you have nobody to discuss them with. Your husband thinks novels are frivolous. Your female relatives only want to gossip about neighbours. Then you join a literary club. Suddenly, once a month, you have an appointment to think, to analyse, to express opinions, to hear other women's perspectives, to remember that you have a mind, not just hands for sewing and a body for bearing children. That intellectual nourishment sustained women. It kept them from going mad with boredom and isolation. It reminded them that life could contain beauty, ideas, meaning beyond the narrow confines of domestic duty. And sometimes that was enough. Not every woman needed to become a suffragette or a social reformer. Some just needed to maintain their sanity and sense of self in a world that constantly tried to erase both. The books themselves could be subversive even when the discussions were not explicitly political. Take Jane Austen. Victorian society loved Austen. They thought her novels reinforced proper values, showing heroines who ultimately accepted their place in society and found happiness through marriage. But if you read Austen carefully, she is actually devastating in her critique. She shows you exactly how limited women's options were, how marriage was an economic transaction, how women with intelligence and spirit had to suppress those qualities to be considered marriageable, how the entire system forced women to compete against each other for male approval because there was no other path to security. Austen wrote with a smile on her face and a knife behind her back. She looked like she was writing romance novels. She was actually writing anthropological studies of a society that treated women as commodities. And when women in literary clubs started discussing this, when they started articulating the uncomfortable truths beneath Austen's polite prose, they were training themselves to see the structures of oppression in their own lives. This is why authoritarian regimes fear book clubs, why totalitarian governments ban reading groups, because reading together creates communities of critical thought, and critical thought is the beginning of resistance. Victorian England was not totalitarian, but it had its own systems of control, and those systems depended on women not comparing notes, not realizing that their individual frustrations were actually systemic problems, not organizing collectively to demand change. Literary clubs broke that isolation. They created networks. They built solidarity. They turned private reading into collective consciousness. Now, I want to be honest about the limitations of these groups. Most literary clubs were middle and upper class affairs. Working class women, who often worked 12-hour days in factories or as domestic servants, did not have leisure time for book clubs. Many were barely literate, having had minimal education. The books being discussed, new novels, poetry collections, philosophical works, cost money that working-class women did not have. The homes where meetings were held, the tea and refreshments served, the time required to read long novels, all of this assumed a level of financial comfort that most Victorian women did not enjoy. So we need to acknowledge, these literary clubs were not democratic spaces that included all women. They were largely middle-class movements, and the women in them often had blind spots about class privilege, about the very different struggles facing women without financial resources. Some literary clubs did try to bridge this gap. They organised lending libraries so women without money could still access books. They held public lectures that working-class women could attend. Some middle-class activists used their literary clubs as bases for organising charity work and labour reform. But the fundamental truth remains. These were predominantly middle-class spaces. The revolution they were building was a middle-class revolution that would take decades to extend its benefits to all women. This is a pattern we have seen in every society we have discussed tonight, is it not? The blue stockings were aristocrats. The pharaoh ladies were wealthy. Even the Golden Dawn and Theosophical Society, though more accessible, still required literacy, leisure time, and disposable income. The question of how to build movements that truly include women from all classes and backgrounds, that is a question Victorian feminists struggled with, and honestly, it is a question we are still grappling with today. But despite these limitations, the literary clubs achieved something remarkable. They helped create what scholars call a feminist consciousness, a shared awareness among women that their individual struggles were connected to larger social structures, that their problems were not personal failures but systemic injustices, and they created the organisational foundation for the suffrage movement. When the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies was formed in 1897, bringing together 17 different suffrage organisations, where do you think those organisations came from? They grew out of literary clubs, discussion groups, reform societies, all those spaces where women had been gathering, learning, organising for decades. The suffrage movement did not spontaneously appear. It was built by women who had spent years developing the skills, networks, and confidence they needed to demand political power. And many of those women learned those skills in book clubs. That is the hidden history, the unglamorous, undramatic truth of how social change happens, not through singular heroic acts, but through countless small gatherings where people read together, think together, and slowly build the collective strength to challenge the status quo. Here is something else the literary clubs did. They preserved and promoted women's writing. Remember, women writers often published anonymously or under male pseudonyms because female authorship was considered suspect. But in literary clubs, women readers sought out and celebrated books by women authors. They would specifically choose novels by female writers for discussion. They would share information about which authors were actually women writing under false names. They would buy and recommend women's books to each other. This created a market. Publishers noticed that women readers were hungry for stories by and about women. This encouraged more women to write and publish, which created more books for women to read and discuss, which strengthened the community and consciousness. It was a virtuous cycle. Literature by women, for women, about women's experiences, creating a culture that valued female voices and perspectives, building an alternative to the male-dominated literary establishment that considered women's writing trivial or inferior. Some of the literary clubs even organised lectures where women writers would come speak about their work. Imagine being a Victorian woman who loved literature and having the opportunity to actually meet and hear from the authors whose books changed your life, to ask them questions, to tell them how their words affected you. That connection between writers and readers fostered by these clubs was powerful. It told women, your stories matter. Your experiences deserve to be written about. Your perspectives are valuable. In a culture that constantly told women they were less important than men, that their lives were domestic and private rather than public and significant, this validation was revolutionary. By the late 1800s, literary clubs for women had proliferated across Britain and America. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of them. Some met weekly, some monthly. Some were small, intimate groups. Others had dozens of members. Some focused purely on literature. Others expanded to include current events, science, art, music. They created a parallel culture, a women's culture of intellectual engagement, mutual support, and collective learning. They proved that women were hungry for education and would create it themselves if formal institutions denied them access. And they scared the hell out of Victorian patriarchy. Because once you have thousands of women gathering regularly to think, discuss, and organise, even if they are ostensibly just talking about books, you have the seeds of a movement that can uproot the entire social order, which is exactly what happened. But that part of the story, the transition from literary clubs to militant suffrage campaigns, that is what we're going to explore next. Because we have reached a turning point in our journey tonight. We have seen women claim intellectual space through the blue stockings, claim pleasure through the pharaoh ladies, claim spiritual power through the golden dawn and theosophy, claim community and education through literary clubs. Now they are about to claim something even bigger, even more threatening: political power, the right to vote, the right to participate in governance, the right to shape the laws that controlled their lives. The suffrage movement is often portrayed as appearing suddenly, dramatically, with women chaining themselves to railings and smashing windows. But that is only the most visible phase. The groundwork was laid decades earlier in all these societies we've been discussing. In literary clubs, reform organisations, charitable associations, spaces where women learn to organise, to lead, to demand change. And the suffrage movement was not one movement, but many. Constitutional campaigners who believed in peaceful petition, militant activists who believed in direct action and civil disobedience, working-class women fighting for universal suffrage, middle-class women arguing for limited suffrage, women of colour demanding recognition that the struggle for women's rights had to include racial justice. It was messy, it was complicated, it was full of disagreements, setbacks, and painful compromises, and it took over 50 years from the first serious suffrage petitions to the final victory. So let us step out of the literary salons and into the streets. Let us meet the suffragists and suffragettes, the constitutional campaigners and the window smashers, the women who were willing to go to prison to endure force-feeding, to risk everything for a right that today we take for granted, the right to vote. The story is about to get loud and fierce and absolutely inspiring. Stay with me. June 20th, 1867. The British House of Commons is debating a reform bill, legislation to expand voting rights to more men. In the gallery above, a small group of women sit watching, their faces carefully composed. They know that not one single word of this debate will address them. The question is not whether women should vote. The question is not even being asked. But in the pocket of John Stuart Mill, the philosopher and Member of Parliament, there is a petition. It has been signed by 1,500 women. It asks for one simple thing: that the word person in the reform bill be interpreted to include women. That is all. Not revolution, not upheaval, just recognition that women are persons under the law, entitled to the same political rights as men. Mill presents the petition. He makes his case eloquently, logically. He is laughed at. Actually laughed at. Members of Parliament find the very idea of women voting so absurd that they cannot take it seriously. The amendment is defeated. Not even close. And those women in the gallery? They leave the chamber knowing that the fight they are beginning will consume decades of their lives. Many of them will die before seeing victory. But they do not give up. They go home and start organising, because this is where our story truly begins. The moment when whispered frustrations and private conversations transform into public, coordinated, relentless political action. Actually, let me back up for a second. Because the suffrage movement did not start in 1867. It started earlier, in smaller, quieter ways. It started with women like Henrietta Dugdale in Australia, who as early as 1868 was writing and speaking about women's right to vote. It started with groups like the Kensington Society in London, formed in 1865, where women gathered to discuss, among other topics, whether they should have political rights. The Kensington Society is fascinating because it was secret, not dramatically secret like the Golden Dawn with its ritual magic, but discreetly secret. Members did not advertise their involvement. They met in private homes. They used careful language in their discussions, always aware that if their husbands or fathers knew what they were really talking about, there could be consequences. This was a society that included some very accomplished women. Barbara Bodishan, who we met earlier with the Langham Place Circle, Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, who was fighting to become Britain's first female physician, a battle she would eventually win, but only after years of being rejected by every medical school in the country. Emily Davies, who would go on to found Girton College, the first residential college for women at Cambridge. These were not frivolous ladies looking for entertainment. These were serious, strategic thinkers who understood exactly how radical their ideas were, who knew they had to be careful, and it was the Kensington Society that decided to organise that petition mill presented to Parliament. They spent months collecting signatures, reaching out to women they knew, building a network. 1,500 signatures might not sound like much, but remember, these women were working without any of the tools we take for granted. No email, no social media, no easy way to coordinate across distances, just letters, personal visits, and sheer determination. After the defeat of Mill's amendment, the Kensington Society members realised they needed something more formal, more public, more organised. So in 1867, they founded the London Society for Women's Suffrage. This was Britain's first official suffrage organisation, and it set the template that would be followed for the next 50 years. They would use constitutional methods, petitions, lobbying, public meetings, education campaigns. They would be respectable, reasonable, patient. They would prove through their behaviour that women were capable of rational political participation. They believed that if they just made their case clearly enough, presented enough evidence, demonstrated enough respectability, men would eventually see the justice of their cause and grant them the vote. Spoiler alert, it did not work nearly as quickly as they hoped. But in 1897, something significant happened. 17 different women's suffrage societies from across Britain came together to form the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies, the NUSS, and they chose as their leader a woman named Millicent Garrett Fawcett. Millicent is one of the most remarkable figures in this entire story, and she does not get nearly enough recognition. She was Elizabeth Garrett Anderson's younger sister, so advocacy for women's rights ran in the family. She had been involved in the suffrage movement since she was 19 years old, when she attended that 1867 debate we started with. For the next 60 years, Millicent devoted herself to the suffrage cause. She was strategic, patient, diplomatic. She believed in working within the system. She made alliances with sympathetic politicians. She organised massive petition campaigns. She gave speeches in towns and cities across Britain, explaining why women deserved the vote. And she did all of this while maintaining impeccable respectability. Millicent never gave her opponents ammunition to dismiss her as hysterical or unfeminine. She dressed conservatively. She spoke calmly and logically. She was everything Victorian society said a proper lady should be, except that she was demanding the right to vote. Under Millicent's leadership, the Nuces grew steadily. By 1914, it had over 50,000 members, 50,000 women, organised into hundreds of local societies across Britain, all working toward the same goal. They held meetings, distributed literature, collected signatures, lobbied MPs, raised funds. This is unglamorous work. There are no dramatic moments to capture on film, no stirring speeches that make for good sound bites. It is door-to-door organising. It is stuffing envelopes. It is attending countless committee meetings to plan the next campaign. It is patient, persistent, methodical coalition building. But this work mattered. The Nuces created the infrastructure for a mass movement. They trained speakers, developed arguments, built networks of support. They made women's suffrage a topic that could not be ignored, even if it was still being rejected. And they did something else crucial. They made it socially acceptable for respectable middle-class women to be involved in politics. Before the Nuces, a woman interested in suffrage was seen as weird, radical, probably dangerous. After years of Nuces organising, suffrage societies became mainstream. Women could attend meetings without being seen as social pariahs. That normalisation was essential. Because political change requires numbers, it requires ordinary people, not just radicals. And Millicent Fawcett and the Nurse made suffrage organising something that ordinary women could do. But let me tell you about one of the most extraordinary moments in suffrage organising history. It happened in Australia, specifically in Victoria, in 1891. 3 different women's organisations decided to work together on a massive petition campaign. The Women's Christian Temperance Union, the Victorian Women's Suffrage Society, and the Australian Women's Suffrage Society temporarily set aside their differences, and they had real differences, to collect signatures from women across the state. For 6 months, teams of women went door to door in Melbourne and surrounding areas. They knocked on doors. They explained what they were doing. They asked women, many of whom had never been politically engaged before, to sign their names in support of women's suffrage. They collected nearly 30,000 signatures. Now here is the beautiful part. They did not just hand in a stack of papers. They glued all the petition sheets to a piece of material that was 260 metres long. They rolled it onto a cardboard spindle. When they presented it to the Victorian Parliament, it took several attendants to carry it because it was so large and heavy. The newspapers called it the Monster Petition, and it was monstrous, not in a negative sense, but in the sense of being enormous, impossible to ignore. You could not dismiss 30,000 signatures rolled into a scroll the size of a carpet. The petition was attached to a suffrage bill. The bill passed the Victorian Legislative Assembly, but failed in the upper house, the Legislative Council. So women still did not get the vote, not yet. But they had made their point. They had demonstrated their numbers. They had shown that this was not just a few eccentric ladies demanding rights. This was a mass movement. Australian women would eventually win the vote in 1902 federally, though Victoria would hold out until 1908. But that monster petition was a crucial moment. It was women using organisational power, using numbers, using dramatic visual symbolism to make their case. Back in Britain, the Nose was doing similar work, though without quite the same flair for giant scrolls. But by the early 1900s, something was becoming clear. The constitutional approach was not working fast enough. Women had been asking politely for the vote for decades. They had presented rational arguments, collected signatures, lobbied MPs, and yes, they had built support. But actual legislative change? That kept not happening. Parliament would occasionally debate women's suffrage. Bills would be introduced. Sometimes they would even pass in the House of Commons, but then they would die in the House of Lords, or the government would refuse to give them sufficient parliamentary time, or some procedural manoeuvre would kill them. It became clear that the government was not opposing suffrage because they thought women were incapable. They were opposing it because granting women the vote would disrupt the existing balance of political power. It was about power, not principle, and some women started asking, if polite requests are not working, what will? Enter Emmeline Pankhurst and her daughters, Christabel and Sylvia. In 1903 they founded a new organisation, the Women's Social and Political Union, the WSPU. Their motto was deeds not words, and they meant it. Now I want to be very clear about something. The WSPU and the NUSES were not enemies. They had the same goal, votes for women. But they had radically different strategies. Millicent Fawcett and the NUSES believed in constitutional methods. Emmeline Pankhurst and the WSPU believed in direct action, civil disobedience, and making themselves impossible to ignore. The WSPU members became known as suffragettes, a term originally coined by a newspaper as an insult, implying they were not serious suffragists but rather silly, militant troublemakers. The suffragettes embraced the term proudly. They started with dramatic but non-violent tactics. They would interrupt political meetings shouting votes for women from the audience. They would unfurl banners at inappropriate moments. They would chain themselves to railings outside government buildings. They would organise massive demonstrations that brought thousands of women into the streets. In 1908, the WSPU organised a rally in Hyde Park that drew somewhere between 250,000 and 500,000 people. Historians disagree on the exact number, but everyone agrees it was enormous. The largest political demonstration Britain had ever seen. 7 simultaneous platforms with different speakers, women from every class and background united in demanding the vote. The government's response? Nothing. No legislation, no promises, just silence. That is when the tactics escalated. Suffragettes began deliberately breaking the law to get arrested. They would smash windows in government buildings, not random vandalism, but targeted destruction of property belonging to those denying them rights. They would damage golf courses where politicians played, pouring acid on the greens to spell out votes for women. They would set fire to mailboxes, empty buildings, even a castle once. This was controversial then, and it remains controversial now. Many people, including many women's suffrage supporters, thought these tactics were counterproductive. They argued that violence and destruction would turn public opinion against women's suffrage, would prove that women were too emotional and irrational to deserve the vote. And there is some truth to that concern. The window smashing and arson did alienate some potential allies. It did make it easier for opponents to paint suffragettes as dangerous extremists. But here is the other side of the argument. The militant tactics of the WSPU made suffrage impossible to ignore. Every smashed window was a news story. Every arrest was publicity. The suffragettes understood that even negative attention kept the issue in the public consciousness. They understood that disruption was a form of power when you'd been denied all legitimate channels to power. And perhaps most importantly, the existence of the militant WSPU made the constitutional NUSS look more reasonable by comparison. Politicians who would never have negotiated with Millicent Fawcett suddenly found her moderate approach more appealing when the alternative was dealing with women setting buildings on fire. This is a classic dynamic in social movements. The radicals make space for the moderates to succeed. The threat of disruption makes negotiation more attractive. The government's response to suffragette militancy was brutal. Women were arrested, tried and sentenced to prison, and in prison, many suffragettes went on hunger strike. They refused to eat, demanding to be treated as political prisoners rather than common criminals. The government could not afford to have these women die in prison. That would create martyrs and likely spark even more unrest. So they ordered force feeding. Let me be clear about what force feeding involved, because it is important to understand how horrific this was. Prison doctors and guards would hold a woman down. They would force a tube down her throat or up her nose. They would pour liquid food into her stomach while she choked and gagged and sometimes vomited. It was painful, degrading, and dangerous. Some women suffered permanent damage to their throats and stomachs. This was done to women whose only crime was demanding the right to vote. Let that sink in for a moment. Women were tortured, because that is what force-feeding is, torture, for asking to participate in their own governance. And it happened to women like Lady Constance Lytton, an aristocrat who disguised herself as a working-class woman to prove that prison treatment varied by class. It happened to hundreds of women across Britain, many of whose names we will never know. The cruelty of force-feeding actually helped the suffrage cause in an unexpected way. It made many people who had been indifferent or mildly opposed to women's suffrage suddenly sympathetic. It made the government look tyrannical. It created a moral clarity. Women were being tortured for demanding basic rights. Public opinion began to shift. Then came World War I. In 1914, Britain entered the war and everything changed. Emmeline Pankhurst made the controversial decision to suspend suffrage militancy and support the war effort. The WSPU encouraged women to take up war work, in factories, as nurses, in all the roles that men had left vacant by going to fight. This decision was and remains controversial. Some saw it as a betrayal of principles, others saw it as strategic, a way to prove women's patriotism and capability, to show that women could contribute to national life in crucial ways. What is undeniable is that women's war work changed perceptions. Women worked in munitions factories, handling dangerous explosives. They drove ambulances and trams. They farmed and built ships and did everything that society had previously claimed they were too weak or delicate to do. And in 1918, finally, the Representation of the People Act granted voting rights to women over 30 who met certain property qualifications. Not full equality, not universal suffrage, but a victory nonetheless. It had taken 51 years from that first petition John Stuart Mill presented. 51 years of organising, campaigning, petitioning, protesting, going to prison, being force-fed, dying for the cause. Women like Emily Wilding Davison, who died after throwing herself in front of the King's horse at the Derby in 1913, trying to draw attention to the suffrage cause. Full equality, votes for women on the same terms as men, would not come until 1928, when women over 21 finally gained the vote. Millicent Garrett Fawcett lived to see it. She was 81 years old. She had devoted her entire adult life to this cause, but here is something that often gets left out of the suffrage story. The movement was not unified on all issues. There were deep disagreements about strategy, yes, but there were also disagreements about who deserved the vote. Some suffrage organisations argued for universal suffrage, votes for all women and all men, regardless of property or class. Others argued for limited suffrage, votes for women on the same terms as men currently had them, which meant only property-owning women would qualify. This was not just an abstract philosophical debate. It had real implications. Working-class women, who had different concerns and priorities than middle-class suffragists, were often marginalised in the movement. The leadership was predominantly middle and upper class. The focus was often on issues that mattered to educated, relatively privileged women. And racial justice, that was barely addressed. The British suffrage movement, like its American counterpart, largely failed to grapple with how race and gender intersected. Women of colour, when they were present in the movement at all, were often asked to wait, to be patient, to accept that their specific concerns would be addressed later, after white women got the vote. This is a painful reality we need to acknowledge. The suffrage movement achieved something extraordinary, but it was not a perfect movement. It had blind spots and failures that we should not gloss over. What moves me about the suffrage story, though, is the sheer persistence. The women who signed that first petition in 1867 knew they probably would not live to see victory. They did it anyway. They organised anyway. They built the foundations for a movement that would outlast them. And the diversity of tactics, from Millicent Fawcett's patient lobbying to Emmeline Pankhurst's militant disruption, shows that there is no single right way to pursue social change. Different approaches serve different purposes. They work in concert, even when the people using them disagree with each other. The suffragettes got the headlines, but the suffragists did the unglamorous organisational work. Both were necessary. Neither would have succeeded alone. And all of this, all of it, grew out of those earlier societies we've been exploring tonight. The Bluestockings proved women were intellectually capable. The literary clubs taught organisational skills. The temperance societies, which we're about to explore, gave women experience in mass organising and political campaigning. Every movement built on the one before it. Every generation of women climbed on the shoulders of those who came before them. The suffrage victory in 1918 and 1928 was not sudden. It was the culmination of decades of work by thousands of women whose names we mostly do not know. And that work continues, because the vote was just one battle. Equality in employment, in education, in domestic law, in representation at all levels of government. Those battles would continue throughout the 20th century and into the 21st. But before we trace that continuing story, we need to talk about one more Victorian secret society, one that was absolutely massive, that mobilised women by the hundreds of thousands, that gave them experience in public speaking, in organising campaigns, in political activism. And it did all of this under the respectable cover of a moral crusade. We need to talk about the temperance warriors, the women who fought against alcohol and, in the process, learned how to fight for their own rights. The women who turned concern about drunk husbands into a movement that challenged male power at its core. Because the temperance movement was never really just about alcohol. It was about women claiming the right to protect themselves and their families, about women demanding that their voices be heard on issues of public morality and social policy, about women learning to organise, to lobby, to make their presence felt in the public sphere. The temperance warriors looked respectable. They looked safe. They were fighting demon drink, after all, a cause many people could support. But underneath that respectable facade, they were building power, learning skills, practicing the tactics they would later use to demand the vote, to reform labour laws, to change society in fundamental ways. So let us meet these women. Let us discover how fighting against alcohol became fighting for women's rights. The story is more radical than you might expect. Here is a question that might surprise you. What do you think was the largest women's organisation in the world at the turn of the 20th century? Was it a suffrage society, a literary club, a religious group? None of the above. It was the Woman's Christian Temperance Union, the WCTU. By the early 1900s, it had members in over 40 countries and claimed nearly 250,000 women in the United States alone. In Britain, The British Women's Temperance Association had hundreds of local branches and tens of thousands of members. These were women who wore white ribbons pinned to their clothing as a badge of commitment. Women who signed pledges promising total abstinence from alcohol, not just for themselves, but for their entire families. Women who marched into saloons and bars, knelt on the sawdust-covered floors, and prayed loudly for the souls of the men drinking there. Victorian society looked at these women and thought, how admirable, how properly feminine. These ladies are concerned with morality and family welfare. This is exactly what women should be doing, protecting the home from vice. What Victorian society failed to realise, at least at first, was that they had just given women permission to organise on a massive scale, to hold public meetings, to give speeches, to lobby governments, to become, essentially, a political force that would reshape society in ways that went far beyond just closing down pubs. The temperance movement was a Trojan horse even more effective than the literary clubs. Because who could argue against women protecting their families from the evils of drink? Let me take you to a specific moment. Newcastle upon Tyne, England, 1876. A meeting hall is packed with women who have travelled from across the country. They are here for the founding convention of the British Women's Temperance Association, the BWTA. The woman who organised this meeting is Margaret Parker, a Quaker and social reformer. She's just returned from America, where she witnessed something that changed her life, the Woman's Crusade. In the winter of 1873 to 74, American women had conducted a direct action campaign against saloons. They marched into drinking establishments, knelt on the floors, sang hymns, and prayed until the proprietors, driven to distraction, agreed to stop selling alcohol. It sounds almost comical, does not it? Middle-aged ladies in their best dresses, kneeling in dirty saloons, singing loudly off-key while exasperated bartenders tried to conduct business. But it worked. Hundreds of saloons across the American Midwest closed, at least temporarily, and more importantly, it demonstrated that women could organize collectively and use that collective power to influence public behaviour. Margaret Parker wanted to bring that same energy to Britain. She sent out a circular letter inviting women of Great Britain and Ireland to join her in Newcastle. The response overwhelmed her. Women came from small towns and large cities. They came from different denominations of Christianity. They came from different social classes. They all shared one thing. They were sick of what alcohol was doing to their families and communities, and they were ready to fight back. Now, we need to talk about why the temperance cause resonated so powerfully with Victorian women. Because from our modern perspective, the obsession with alcohol prohibition can seem puritanical, judgmental, even ridiculous. We might think, what is wrong with people having a drink? Why did Victorian women care so much? But you have to understand the context. Victorian drinking culture, particularly among the working classes but also among the wealthy, was genuinely destructive in ways that are hard to fully appreciate today. There were pubs everywhere. In working-class neighbourhoods of London, you might find a pub every few doors. Men would stop at the pub on their way home from work and drink away their wages their families desperately needed for food and rent. Domestic violence was rampant, and alcohol was often involved. Women had essentially no legal protection. A man could beat his wife, spend all the family money on drink and face minimal consequences. Child neglect was another massive issue. Children of heavy drinkers often went hungry, were poorly clothed, received no education. In an era with no social safety net, no welfare system, no child protective services, if your husband drank away his paycheck, your children simply went without. And women themselves were sometimes casualties. Working-class women who fell into alcoholism, often driven there by desperation, poverty and trauma, faced brutal judgment. The Victorian double standard meant that a male alcoholic might be seen as unfortunate, but a female alcoholic was considered utterly degraded, beyond redemption. So when temperance advocates talked about alcohol as a demon destroying families, they were not being entirely metaphorical. For many women, alcohol represented genuine threat to their economic security, their physical safety, their children's well-being. The temperance movement gave these women something they desperately lacked: a voice, a way to say publicly, "This is not acceptable, this must change." And because they framed it as protecting families and children, the most Victorian of virtues, society gave them permission to organise that it would never have granted for more overtly political causes. The BWTA structured itself brilliantly. They created a network of local branches, each with its own leadership. Women learned to run meetings, manage finances, coordinate campaigns. They published their own magazine, first called the British Women's Temperance Journal, later evolving through several name changes to eventually become the White Ribbon. They trained speakers. Women who had never spoken to an audience larger than their own families learned to give public addresses. They learned to construct arguments, to present statistics, to appeal to both emotion and logic. These were skills that Victorian women were never formally taught. But in the temperance movement they taught themselves and each other, and they learned political organising. They petitioned Parliament. They lobbied members of Parliament. They organised letter-writing campaigns. They held mass meetings to demonstrate public support for temperance legislation. All of this was practice. Practice for demanding other rights. Practice for becoming full participants in public life. One of the most influential leaders was Frances Willard, president of the American Woman's Christian Temperance Union from 1879 until her death in 1898. Frances was extraordinary, a charismatic speaker, a strategic thinker, and a woman with a vision that extended far beyond temperance. Her personal motto was "Do everything," and she meant it literally. Under her leadership, the WCTU adopted a policy that all social reforms were interconnected. You could not fight alcoholism without addressing poverty. You could not protect families without reforming labour laws. You could not create a moral society without giving women political power. By the 1890s, the WCTU had 39 separate departments working on different issues. Only a fraction of them were directly related to alcohol. Others focused on prison reform, labour rights, public health, international peace, and, crucially, women's suffrage. Frances Willard explicitly connected temperance to suffrage. She argued that women needed the vote for home protection. Men were not going to voluntarily pass temperance laws because men controlled the liquor industry and profited from it. Women needed political power to protect their homes and families. This was brilliant framing. She was not arguing that women deserved the vote because of abstract principles of equality, though she believed that too. She was arguing that women needed the vote for practical reasons, to fulfill their proper role as protectors of home and family. Victorian society found this argument much harder to dismiss. How could you say that women should stay in the domestic sphere and also deny them the tools they needed to protect that sphere? But the temperance movement was not without its problems and controversies. There was a major scandal involving Frances Willard and a civil rights activist named Ida B. Wells. In the 1890s, Wells was campaigning against the lynching of black Americans in the South, a campaign that required immense courage, as she was directly challenging white supremacist violence. Wells criticised Willard and the WCTU for their silence on lynching. Willard had made statements suggesting that black men posed a threat to white women, echoing racist rhetoric used to justify lynching. When Wells confronted her about this in Britain, where Willard was visiting, the controversy exploded. To her credit, Willard eventually made a public statement condemning lynching. But the incident revealed a deep problem in the temperance movement and in Victorian feminism more broadly. White women often used their activism as a way to protect white supremacy rather than challenge it. They invoked fears of black men to justify their campaigns, rather than recognizing how race and gender intersected in complex ways. This is painful history, but it is important history. The temperance movement, like the suffrage movement, achieved real good while also perpetuating real harm. We can acknowledge both truths simultaneously. The tactics that temperance women used were remarkably diverse. Some were quite militant. In Britain, there were mission ladies, often middle-class women who would go into working-class neighbourhoods, visiting homes where alcohol was a problem. They would offer practical help, food, clothing, assistance finding work. But they would also preach abstinence, often in ways that were patronising and judgmental. The class dynamics here were complicated. On one hand, these mission ladies provided real assistance to women in desperate circumstances. On the other hand, they were often imposing middle-class values on working-class communities, assuming they knew what was best for people whose lives they did not truly understand. Other tactics were more focused on changing laws and institutions. The Church of England. Temperance Society established the police court mission in 1876. Volunteers who would attend court proceedings and advocate for alcoholics to receive treatment rather than just punishment. This eventually evolved into Britain's first probation service. That is a genuine legacy. The idea that addiction is a disease requiring treatment rather than a moral failing requiring punishment, that was radical for the Victorian era. And temperance advocates were among the first to champion it. There were also dramatic direct actions. Groups of temperance women would organise raids on pubs and bars. They would march in, carrying banners and singing hymns, and create such a disruption that business became impossible. Sometimes they would kneel and pray for hours. Sometimes they would lecture customers about the evils of drink. Publicans hated this, obviously. Some responded with violence, throwing water on the women, physically removing them from the premises, but the women kept coming back, and their persistence often paid off. Some establishments did close, either because the disruption hurt business or because the owner genuinely felt ashamed. In one documented case from 1874, a group of women in Scotland besieged a pub for 3 weeks. They showed up every single day. They sang. They prayed. They handed out temperance literature to anyone who approached. Finally, the exhausted publican gave up and closed the establishment. 3 weeks. Can you imagine the level of commitment that required? Organising your life so you could spend hours every day standing outside a pub, facing mockery and hostility, in the hope of closing down one drinking establishment. That is the kind of dedication that movements are built on. The temperance movement also created institutions that served women directly. Inebriate homes where alcoholic women could go for treatment. This was revolutionary at a time when female alcoholics were considered beyond help. The Salvation Army, which was deeply involved in the temperance movement, ran several of these homes. The treatment was often harsh by modern standards. It involved religious conversion, moral instruction, and strict discipline. But it was also one of the few options available for women struggling with addiction, and it was run by women for women, creating a space where female addicts could be treated with at least some dignity rather than being locked in asylums or workhouses. The temperance movement also addressed child welfare. The Band of Hope, founded in 1847, was a children's temperance organisation. They would organise meetings for working-class children, teaching them about the dangers of alcohol, but also providing entertainment, education, and sometimes meals. For poor children, the Band of Hope meetings might be the only regular source of fun and learning they had access to. Was this patronising? Yes, often. Was it an attempt by middle-class reformers to control working-class culture? Absolutely. But did it also provide real benefits to real children? Also, yes. History is complicated that way. One of the most interesting aspects of the temperance movement was the debate about sacramental wine. Should Christians continue using wine in communion services, or should they use grape juice or unfermented wine instead? This became a major controversy. To some temperance advocates, it was hypocritical to preach total abstinence while still using alcohol in religious rituals. But to traditionalists, changing the communion wine was sacrilege, tampering with sacred traditions that went back 2,000 years. The debate got heated. I am talking about ministers preaching sermons attacking each other's positions, congregations splitting over whether to use wine or grape juice, entire denominations taking official stances on the issue. From our perspective, it might seem absurd, but it illustrates how deeply temperance ideology penetrated Victorian culture. Nothing was too sacred to be questioned. If alcohol was evil, then even its use in religious contexts had to be challenged. Some churches did switch to grape juice, others maintained traditional wine. The controversy gradually faded, but not before causing considerable upheaval in Victorian religious life. Now, did the temperance movement succeed? That depends on how you measure success. In terms of their ultimate goal, prohibition of alcohol, they had mixed results. Several countries and regions did implement prohibition laws, including the United States from 1920 to 1933. But prohibition generally failed. It led to organised crime, illegal speakeasies, and a recognition that you cannot legislate morality quite as directly as the temperance advocates hoped. Britain never had full national prohibition, though there were restrictions on alcohol sales during World War I that the temperance movement influenced. But if you measure success differently, the temperance movement achieved enormous things. They created a mass movement that gave hundreds of thousands of women experience in public activism. They proved that women could organise effectively, could influence public opinion, could lobby government successfully, and many temperance leaders became suffrage leaders. The skills they learned campaigning for temperance legislation, they applied to campaigning for women's votes. The networks they built for temperance work became networks for suffrage organising. Frances Willard's connection between home protection and women's suffrage was particularly influential. She made it possible for conservative women who would have been uncomfortable with arguments about equality and women's rights, to support suffrage for practical reasons. She expanded the coalition. She brought more women into political activism. There is also a direct line from the temperance movement to modern addiction treatment and public health approaches. The idea that alcoholism is a disease requiring medical and psychological treatment that comes partly from the temperance movement's insistence that alcoholics needed help, not just punishment. The recognition that alcohol abuse has public health consequences, that it affects not just the individual drinker, but families and communities. That awareness was raised by temperance advocates. So while we might look back and think the prohibition approach was misguided, the underlying concerns were legitimate, and the movement's emphasis on treatment, support, and addressing root causes of addiction, those were progressive ideas that remain relevant today. What strikes me most about the temperance warriors is how they transformed themselves. Many of these women started out as conventional Victorian ladies. concerned primarily with their homes and families, with no experience or interest in public life. But the temperance cause gave them permission to step outside those boundaries. And once they stepped outside, once they experienced the power of collective organizing, once they gave their first public speech or ran their first campaign, they could not go back. They had tasted agency. They had felt what it was like to work toward a goal larger than themselves. They had discovered capabilities they did not know they possessed. That transformation is what makes the temperance movement so important. It was not ultimately about alcohol. It was about women discovering their own power, about women learning that they could shape society, not just submit to it. And that discovery, once made, could not be unmade. Those women became the backbone of every reform movement that followed. They became suffragists, labour organisers, social workers, politicians. They took the skills they learned fighting demon drink and used them to fight every form of injustice they encountered. So we have now seen women organising through intellectual societies, spiritual movements, literary clubs, suffrage campaigns, and temperance crusades. We have watched them build infrastructure, develop skills, create networks that would eventually transform Victorian society completely. But there is one more crucial piece of this puzzle, one more type of organisation that we have not yet explored. And this one might surprise you because it seems so mundane, so practical, so utterly non-revolutionary. I am talking about professional women's clubs, the networking organisations that working women created to support each other in hostile workplaces. The lunch clubs where female doctors, lawyers, journalists and business owners could meet without male interference. The membership organisations that provided working women with everything from job referrals to safe places to stay in the city. These clubs sound boring, do they not? They sound like the Victorian equivalent of LinkedIn groups. But that is exactly why they were so radical. They normalised the idea that women belonged in professional life. They created infrastructure that made it possible for women to pursue careers. They built an alternative economy where women could do business with other women. And they did all of this while maintaining such perfect respectability that nobody could quite figure out how to shut them down. They were just helping working women after all. What could be threatening about that? Everything, as it turns out. So let us step into the world of Victorian professional women, the pioneers who smashed glass ceilings before anyone had invented that phrase. Their story is next. Walk with me down a London street in 1900. We're in Mayfair, south of Oxford Street, north of Piccadilly, the fashionable shopping district where respectable ladies spend their afternoons browsing silk and selecting gloves. Nothing unusual here, nothing threatening. But look closer. See that discreet brass plaque beside an elegant doorway. The Pioneer Club for Professional Women. Step inside and you enter a different world. A world where women in tailored business suits discuss contracts over lunch, where female journalists debate the news of the day, where lady doctors compare notes on their practices, where women conduct business meetings without a single man present. This is not a drawing room. This is not a charity committee. This is a professional networking organisation. And by its very existence, it is making a radical statement. Women belong in the workplace. Women are professionals. Women have careers, not just hobbies or temporary employment before marriage. Victorian society tried very hard to pretend these clubs did not exist, or when they could not ignore them, to dismiss them as eccentric curiosities. But these clubs were infrastructure for a revolution. They were building an alternative economy, an alternative professional world where women could succeed without male gatekeeping. And they were doing it so respectably, so quietly, that by the time anyone realized how threatening they were, it was too late. The revolution was already underway. The Pioneer Club, founded in 1892, was one of the first. It was created by Emily Massingbird, a woman who recognized that professional women needed what men had always taken for granted: a place to meet colleagues, conduct business, and escape the isolation of being the only woman in a male-dominated field. Think about what it meant to be a working woman in the 1890s. Let us say you were a female doctor, one of maybe a dozen in all of Britain, because medical schools only started admitting women in the 1870s. You spend your days in hospitals and clinics, where you're often the only woman who is not a nurse or a patient. Your male colleagues do not take you seriously. They exclude you from professional discussions, from informal mentoring, from the networks that determine who gets the best positions and opportunities. At the end of your exhausting day, where do you go? The gentlemen's clubs where male doctors gather to discuss cases and make professional connections. You're not allowed in. The professional medical societies, many still do not admit women members. Your home, where you're expected to put away your professional identity and become a proper Victorian lady again. The Pioneer Club gave women like you a third place, a professional space that was also a social space, a place where you could relax without apologizing for your career, a place where the person across from you understood what it was like to fight for respect in a hostile professional world. That kind of solidarity is powerful. It sustains you. It reminds you that you're not crazy. You're not wrong. The system is wrong. The clubs were strategic about their locations. Most were situated in that fashionable area between Oxford Street and Piccadilly. This was considered an acceptably feminine part of London, the shopping district, the area where respectable ladies naturally congregated. By locating there, the professional women's clubs avoided the taint of being in the business district, which was considered masculine territory. They could argue, we are not invading male spaces, we're simply gathering in our own neighbourhood. It was a clever compromise. The clubs were radical in their purpose, but conservative in their presentation. They looked respectable. They maintained Victorian standards of decorum. They served tea and kept impeccable manners. But underneath that respectable facade, they were conducting business. Real business. Women were making deals, forming partnerships, finding investors, hiring each other. They were creating an economic network that bypassed male control. Let me tell you about the Grosvenor Crescent Club, founded to serve professional working women. By 1900, this club boasted not just elegant meeting rooms, but a telephone and an exchange telegraph that provided stock market reports. A telephone, stock market reports. Do you understand what that means? These women were not playing at business. They were serious investors, entrepreneurs, professionals who needed real-time financial information to make decisions. And they were sharing that information with each other, teaching each other, helping each other succeed in a world designed to exclude them. The census of 1911 gives us a snapshot of who was using these clubs. On census night, 5 female members were staying at the Grosvenor Crescent Club. Interestingly, none of them claimed to have any paid occupation, but they were attended by ample staff. This suggests they were wealthy women managing their own investments and properties, even if they did not describe themselves as working professionally. That ambiguity was common. Many Victorian women were doing professional-level work, managing estates, overseeing investments, running businesses, but did not publicly identify as working women, because that would have been socially unacceptable. The clubs gave them a space to acknowledge their professional identities, at least among peers. The variety of professional women's clubs is fascinating. There were a club for female journalists, one for women in the arts, one specifically for women involved in publishing. Each served a slightly different community, but they all shared the same basic purpose: creating space where professional women could network, support each other, and conduct business without male interference. Some clubs offered residential accommodations. This was crucial for women travelling to London for business. Respectable Victorian women were not supposed to travel alone or stay in hotels without chaperones. But if you were coming to the city for professional reasons, to negotiate with a publisher, to attend a conference, to interview for a position, you needed somewhere to stay. The clubs solved this problem. They provided safe, respectable lodging where a professional woman could stay without scandal. They offered amenities like writing rooms, meeting spaces, dining facilities, everything a businesswoman needed to conduct her affairs effectively. This infrastructure mattered enormously. It made professional life practical in a way it had not been before. It removed barriers that had prevented women from fully participating in their chosen fields. But we need to talk about who these clubs served and who they excluded. Because like every organisation we've discussed tonight, the professional women's clubs had serious limitations. These were expensive establishments. Membership fees, club dues, the cost of appropriate clothing and transportation, all of this required money that working-class women simply did not have. A factory worker, a shop girl, a domestic servant. She was not joining a professional women's club, no matter how talented or ambitious she might be. The clubs were designed for middle and upper-class professional women. Women with education, with financial resources, with the kind of work that Victorian society could almost accept. Teaching, medicine, journalism, the arts, not manual labour, not service work, not the kinds of jobs most women actually did. So these clubs reinforced class divisions even as they challenged gender divisions. They created opportunities for privileged women while doing little for women without education or financial resources. Some club members were aware of this limitation. Some tried to address it through charitable work, through supporting educational opportunities for working-class girls. But the fundamental structure remained elitist. This is a pattern we keep seeing, is it not? Victorian women's organisations achieved real progress for some women while leaving others behind. They challenged patriarchy without necessarily challenging class privilege or racial hierarchy. We can acknowledge the genuine achievements while also recognising the genuine failures. Both truths matter. The clubs also had to navigate complex politics around respectability. They needed to be progressive enough to serve professional women, but conventional enough to avoid scandal. This created some interesting contradictions. For example, many clubs had rules about maintaining feminine behaviour. Members were expected to dress appropriately, speak quietly, avoid controversial political discussions in common areas. The clubs wanted to prove that professional women could be just as respectable as domestic women. But this created tension, because many professional women were also suffragists, socialists, or advocates for other controversial causes. They wanted to discuss politics. They wanted to organise campaigns. The requirement to maintain respectability sometimes felt constraining. Different clubs handled this differently. Some were explicitly political, welcoming suffrage organising and reform activism. Others insisted on remaining neutral, arguing that mixing professional networking with political activism would alienate potential members and damage the club's reputations. These debates reflected larger questions about strategy. Should women's organisations be radical or respectable? Should they demand fundamental social change or work gradually within existing structures? These are questions without simple answers. One of my favourite details about these clubs is how seriously they took dining. This might seem trivial, but it was actually quite significant. Respectable Victorian women were not supposed to dine alone in public restaurants. That was seen as improper. possibly even suggestive of prostitution. So professional women had a problem. If you were in the city for business, where could you eat? You could not go to restaurants alone, but you needed meals. The professional women's club solved this by providing dining rooms where women could eat publicly but safely within an all-female environment. The club served proper meals at reasonable hours. They employed their own staff, often women, providing employment opportunities. They created spaces where women could conduct business over lunch or dinner, just as men did at their clubs. This normalization of women dining together for professional purposes was actually quite radical. It said, women have business to conduct. They need to eat. They deserve the same professional courtesies men receive. Simple, right? But in Victorian England, nothing about women's public existence was simple. The clubs also provided something less tangible but equally important: validation. When you are one of a handful of women in your entire profession, it is easy to doubt yourself, to wonder if you belong, to internalize the constant message that women do not have what it takes to succeed professionally. But then you walk into your club and see dozens of other professional women, a doctor here, a journalist there, an artist, a business owner, a teacher. You see women who have faced the same obstacles you face, who have persisted despite the same discrimination, who've succeeded in their fields. That visibility matters. It tells you that you are not an aberration, that women can be professionals, that your ambitions are legitimate, and the clubs provided mentorship, though they would not have used that term. Older, more established women would give advice to younger women just starting their careers. They would share strategies for dealing with difficult situations. They would warn about which employers or institutions were particularly hostile to women. They would recommend women for positions, creating networks of mutual support. This is how marginalized groups survive in hostile environments. They build parallel structures of support. They help each other. They create communities of resistance and resilience. Some of the clubs also served as meeting places for women's organizations. The Pioneer Club, for instance, hosted meetings of various suffrage and reform societies. This made perfect sense. Where else could these groups meet? They needed spaces that were accessible to women, that were safe, that were equipped for meetings. The clubs provided that infrastructure. They had meeting rooms, office equipment, staff who could help with organizational tasks. They were essentially movement headquarters, though they maintained public neutrality on political issues. This created an interesting dynamic. The clubs themselves did not take political stances, but they enabled political organizing by providing the physical and social infrastructure that activists needed. It was another form of strategic respectability. The clubs could truthfully say, "We are not political organizations. We simply provide facilities that our members use for various purposes," but everyone knew what was happening. The professional women's clubs were training grounds and headquarters for the broader movement for women's rights. By the early 20th century, the landscape of professional women's clubs had expanded significantly. There were clubs in most major British cities. There were international connections. British club members would visit American clubs and vice versa, sharing strategies and building transnational networks. The Lyceum Club, founded in 1904, was explicitly international from the start. It created branches in multiple countries, fostering connections between professional women across borders. This was visionary, recognizing that the challenges facing professional women were not limited to one nation, and that solutions needed to be shared globally. These international networks would prove crucial in the 20th century, as women continued fighting for professional equality. They created solidarity across national boundaries. They allowed women to learn from each other's successes and failures, and they demonstrated that professional women were not isolated oddities in their respective countries. This was a global phenomenon. Women everywhere were claiming their right to professional lives. The outbreak of World War I in 1914 changed everything for professional women. Suddenly, with men away at war, women were needed in roles that had previously been closed to them. Women worked in munitions factories, as bus drivers, as police officers, as engineers. They proved beyond any doubt that they were capable of professional work. The professional women's clubs played a crucial role during the war. They coordinated volunteer efforts. They helped place women in war work positions. They provided support services for women dealing with the stresses of professional life in wartime. And after the war, when there was enormous pressure for women to give up their wartime jobs and return to domestic life, the clubs helped women resist. They argued that women who had proved their professional competence deserved to keep working. They fought against the post-war backlash that tried to push women back into the private sphere. The battle was not entirely won. Many women did lose their wartime positions, but the clubs had helped normalize the idea of women as professionals in a way that could not be completely reversed. Looking at these professional women's clubs with modern eyes, it is easy to see their limitations. They were elitist. They reinforced class divisions. They were predominantly white. They were deeply concerned with respectability in ways that sometimes constrained their members' freedom. But they also achieved something remarkable. They created institutional support for professional women at a time when virtually no other institutions did. They provided practical resources, meeting spaces, dining facilities, lodging, business connections, that made professional life possible for women who would otherwise have been isolated and unsupported. And they normalized professional women. By existing, by persisting, by maintaining their dignity and respectability while also supporting working women, they made the idea of female professionals gradually less shocking, less aberrant, less threatening. They were building the infrastructure of a future where women in the workplace would be commonplace, where women having careers would not be seen as abandoning their femininity or betraying their proper roles, where women could be doctors, lawyers, journalists, business owners without that being considered strange. We are living in that future now, and these clubs helped build it. One lunch meeting, one networking event, one mutual support conversation at a time. We have journeyed through so many different worlds tonight. Intellectual salons where women discussed literature and philosophy, gambling dens where women claimed pleasure and risk, magical temples where women practiced occult rituals, mystical societies where women studied Eastern philosophy, literary clubs where women analyzed novels and learned to organize, suffrage societies where women demanded political power, temperance organizations where women claimed moral authority, professional clubs where women built careers. Each society was different. Each served different purposes, attracted different women, used different strategies. But they all shared one fundamental thing. They were spaces where Victorian women could be more than society said they should be, where they could think, speak, organize, lead, work, play, rebel, create. History tried to hide these societies, not through active conspiracy, but through systematic neglect. Women's stories were considered less important than men's stories. Women's organizations were seen as trivial compared to male institutions, so they were not recorded, not preserved, not taught. But they existed, they mattered, and their legacy shaped everything that came after. There is one more layer to this story, one more type of secret society that we have not yet explored, and this one is perhaps the most hidden of all, the most uncomfortable for history to acknowledge. I am talking about the underground networks that supported women in crisis. the informal systems that helped women escape abusive marriages, the secret safe houses for women fleeing domestic violence, the networks that provided illegal but desperately needed services, abortion, contraception, assistance for unmarried mothers. These were not formal organizations with membership lists and meeting minutes. They were whisper networks, passed along by word of mouth. They were the most dangerous societies of all, because they were breaking laws, challenging not just social norms but legal structures. And they were staffed largely by other women, midwives, nurses, social reformers, ordinary women who saw suffering and chose to help, regardless of the legal risks. This is the history that really tried to stay hidden, because acknowledging it means acknowledging how desperate some Victorian women were, how trapped, how much they needed help that society refused to provide legally. So let us pull back the final veil. Let us look at the networks of support that caught women when everything else failed. The secret railways for abused women, the hidden helpers, the women who risked everything to help other women survive. This part of the story is not comfortable, but it is necessary. Stay with me. There are some stories that leave no paper trail, no membership lists, no meeting minutes, no official records. These are the stories that survive only in whispered conversations, in vague references in letters, in the gaps between what official history documents and what actually happened. Tonight, we're going to talk about the women who caught other women when they fell, the informal networks that existed in the shadows, helping desperate women survive situations that polite Victorian society pretended did not exist. This is the history that makes people uncomfortable, because it forces us to acknowledge just how trapped Victorian women could be and how far other women were willing to go to help them escape. This is not a story about elegant clubs or formal organizations. This is about the midwife who knew how to help a woman who could not bear another pregnancy, the neighbor who hid a woman fleeing a violent husband, the charity worker who quietly gave unmarried mothers money and addresses where they could find help, the network of women who passed information in coded language, who understood what was being asked without anything explicit being said. These were the most dangerous societies of all, because they were not just breaking social conventions, they were breaking laws, and the women involved knew exactly what they were risking. Let us start with something that Victorian society desperately wanted to hide: domestic violence. We have touched on this earlier when discussing the temperance movement, but we need to look at it more directly now. Victorian law gave husbands enormous power over their wives. Until the Matrimonial Causes Act of 1857, divorce was nearly impossible and required an Act of Parliament. Even after that act, divorce was still incredibly difficult for women to obtain. A husband could divorce his wife for adultery alone, but a wife had to prove adultery plus something else: cruelty, desertion, incest, or bigamy. And what counted as cruelty? The bar was set absurdly high. A husband had the legal right to moderately correct his wife. He could beat her, as long as it was not too severe. Legal scholars actually debated the rule of thumb, the idea that a man could beat his wife with a stick as long as it was no thicker than his thumb. Whether this was ever an actual law is debated by historians, but the fact that it was discussed, that it entered popular consciousness, tells you everything about how society viewed women's bodies and men's rights to control them. So what did a woman do if her husband was violent? If he beat her, raped her? Yes, marital rape was legal, it was considered a husband's right. Drank away the family money, endangered the children. What were her options? Officially, almost none. Unofficially, she relied on networks of women who would help her. These networks operated through a combination of formal and informal systems, Some were attached to religious organisations. The Church of England Temperance Society, which we discussed earlier, operated homes for women. They were officially for inebriate women, female alcoholics needing treatment. But some of these homies also quietly sheltered women fleeing domestic violence. The admission records were vague. A woman might be listed as needing treatment for alcoholism, when really she was hiding from a violent husband. The staff knew. They were complicit in the deception, and they were risking legal consequences because technically they were harbouring a wife who belonged to her husband. The Salvation Army also ran homes for women. Again, these were officially for fallen women, for prostitutes seeking redemption, for unmarried mothers. But the Salvation Army workers were pragmatic. If a woman showed up desperate, they helped her. They did not always ask too many questions about her exact circumstances. These formal organizations provided crucial infrastructure, but they could only help so many women, and they could only help in certain ways. For situations that were more legally complicated, more dangerous, there were informal networks. Picture this. You're a Victorian woman in a small town. Your husband beats you regularly. Your children are terrified. You have no money of your own. Your husband controls all finances. You have no family nearby who could help. What do? You might go to your church. You might speak quietly to the vicar's wife or a woman from the Ladies' Benevolent Society. And that woman might say something careful. Something like, "I know a woman in the next town who sometimes takes in boarders. Perhaps a visit would do you good. Here is her address." That address is a safe house. The boarders are women fleeing abuse. The woman running it is risking everything. If the husband finds out, he could have her prosecuted for harbouring his property. Because that is what his wife legally was, his property. But she does it anyway. Because she has seen too many women with broken bones and bruised faces. Because she has heard too many children crying. Because someone has to help. These safe houses existed in the gaps of official records. We know they existed because occasionally something would go wrong. A husband would track his wife down, there would be a confrontation, maybe legal action. Court records would briefly illuminate this hidden network before it disappeared back into the shadows. But most of the time, these networks operated invisibly. Women would pass information to trusted friends. A domestic servant might know which households would hire a woman with no references, no explanation for why she left her previous situation. A shopkeeper might extend credit to a woman suddenly on her own. A landlady might rent to a woman without asking too many questions. It was an underground railway for abused women, and it was run entirely by women, for women, in defiance of law and custom. Now let us talk about something even more hidden, even more dangerous: reproductive control. This is where we enter territory that makes historians uncomfortable, because the evidence is fragmentary, and the subject is controversial even today. Victorian society had strict laws against abortion and contraception. The Offences Against the Person Act of 1861 made abortion illegal at any stage of pregnancy, with severe penalties. Providing or advertising contraception was also illegal under various obscenity laws. But women still needed these services. A woman who was already struggling to feed 3 children could not afford a 4th. A woman whose body had been damaged by multiple difficult pregnancies could not survive another. An unmarried woman facing social ruin needed options. So there were providers, midwives mostly, women with knowledge of herbs and techniques that could end pregnancies or prevent them. They advertised carefully using coded language. Ladies' medicines for obstructions, treatments for monthly complaints, Portuguese female pills that would restore regularity. Everyone knew what these phrases meant, and women who needed these services knew how to find them. The women who provided these services were taking enormous risks. If caught, they faced prosecution, imprisonment, social ruin. If something went wrong medically, and in an era before antibiotics and modern surgery, things often went wrong, they could be charged with manslaughter or murder. Yet they continued. Why? Sometimes for money. These services were expensive because of the legal risk, but often because they had seen too many women die in childbirth, too many families destroyed by poverty, too many young girls ruined by pregnancies they could not manage. One of the most controversial figures in this landscape was Annie Besant. Yes, this same Annie Besant we met earlier as a theosophical leader and Indian independence activist. In 1877, Besant and Charles Bradlaugh were prosecuted for publishing a pamphlet about birth control. The pamphlet, written by an American physician, explained various contraceptive methods. Besant and Bradlaugh argued that working-class families had a right to limit family size, that women should not be forced into endless pregnancies that destroyed their health. They were found guilty of obscenity. But the trial became a sensation. The publicity meant that thousands of people who had never heard of contraception now knew it existed and where to find information. Sales of the pamphlet exploded. Besant lost custody of her daughter because of this. The court ruled that a woman who published information about contraception was unfit to raise a child. Think about that. She was advocating for women's right to control their own reproduction, and the punishment was to take away her own child. But she'd opened a door. She'd made it possible to discuss these issues publicly. Even if the discussion was still heavily restricted, there were also networks helping unmarried mothers. Victorian society was brutal to women who had children outside of marriage. An unmarried mother faced complete social ostracism. She would lose her job, be thrown out of respectable lodgings, be cut off from family. Her child would be legally a bastard, with no rights to inheritance or legitimacy. Many unmarried mothers ended up in workhouses, grim institutions where the poor were essentially imprisoned and forced to do hard labour in exchange for minimal food and shelter. The conditions in workhouses were deliberately made harsh to discourage people from seeking help. But again, there were women's networks operating in the shadows. Organisations like the Foundling Hospital in London took in infants, though they could help only a tiny fraction of those in need. Some charitable organisations quietly helped unmarried mothers find work and lodging, though usually only if the woman showed sufficient repentance for her sin. And there were informal networks. A woman might take in an unmarried mother, employ her as a servant, help her keep the baby or arrange for an adoption. These arrangements were risky for everyone involved. If the woman's employer discovered she was helping an immoral woman, she might be dismissed. But women did it anyway. What strikes me most about these hidden networks is the courage they required. The women who participated were not dramatic activists making grand public gestures. They were ordinary women, midwives, servants, shopkeepers, clergy wives, who saw suffering and chose to help, knowing they were risking legal prosecution, social disgrace, and economic ruin. And they had to be so careful. They could not advertise. They could not organise openly. They could not leave records that might incriminate them later. They operated through personal connections, through careful vetting of who could be trusted, through coded language and plausible deniability. This is why we know so little about them. They were successful precisely because they stayed hidden. The networks that left extensive records were the ones that got caught. But occasionally we get glimpses. A diary entry that mentions helping a poor girl in trouble. A letter that refers vaguely to knowing someone who might assist with your difficulty. Court records from prosecutions that briefly illuminate the network, before the participants disappear from history. These fragments tell us that the networks existed, that they were widespread, that thousands of women were involved in helping each other survive situations that Victorian society refused to acknowledge or address. There was also informal support for women suffering from mental health crises. Victorian treatment of mentally ill women was horrifying. A woman could be committed to an asylum on the say-so of male relatives, often for behaviour that was not actually insane, refusing to obey her husband, expressing unusual opinions, or simply being inconvenient. Asylums were often little better than prisons. Women were restrained, drugged, subjected to brutal treatments that amounted to torture. And once committed, it was extremely difficult to get released. So again, there were informal networks. Women who would intervene before a situation reached the point of commitment. Who would provide alternative support, taking a woman into their home during a crisis, helping her find medical care that did not involve institutionalization, advocating with family members to prevent commitment. These interventions often went unrecorded. They were private family matters, handled quietly, but we know they happened because of the occasional letter or diary entry that references them. Cousin Mary is staying with us for a time while she recovers her spirits. That phrase might mean Mary was having a mental health crisis, and her female relatives were protecting her from being sent to an asylum. This kind of informal care saved countless women from institutions that would have destroyed them. Now, I want to be honest about the limitations and problems with these hidden networks. They were not perfect. They were not always motivated by pure compassion. Sometimes the help came with conditions. You had to be sufficiently repentant, sufficiently respectable, sufficiently willing to conform. Sometimes the help was patronizing or judgmental. Middle-class women helping working-class women often imposed their own values and assumptions. They might help a woman escape an abusive husband, but then lecture her about her failures as a wife. They might assist an unmarried mother but insist she give up her baby for adoption rather than keep it. And these networks were not equally available to all women. Women of colour, immigrant women, Jewish women, Irish Catholic women, they often faced additional barriers. The predominantly Protestant Anglo women running many charitable organisations sometimes discriminated based on ethnicity or religion. So while these networks saved lives, they also reinforced hierarchies and inequalities. They were better than nothing, but they were far from justice. What these hidden networks reveal is the gap between Victorian ideology and Victorian reality. Society insisted that women were protected within marriage, that the family was a sacred sanctuary. But the reality was that many women were trapped in marriages that were dangerous, impoverishing, or unbearable. Society insisted that women were naturally chaste and pure, but the reality was that sexual assault, rape, and coerced sex were common. Women needed access to contraception and abortion, not because they were immoral, but because they were surviving in a world where male violence and male control over female bodies were normalized. Society insisted that mental illness in women was best treated in asylums. But the reality was that many women labelled insane were simply unhappy, abused, or non-conforming. The threat of institutionalization was a tool of social control. The hidden networks existed because official society refused to acknowledge these realities and provide legitimate help. So women created illegitimate help. They built support systems in the gaps and shadows. They broke laws they considered unjust. They took risks to help each other survive. That is a form of resistance every bit as important as the more visible forms we've discussed tonight. It is quieter, less dramatic, but absolutely essential. These networks also trained women in a particular kind of activism, working underground, maintaining secrecy, operating in hostile legal environments. These skills would prove valuable in later movements. Women who learned to run safe houses for abused women could apply those skills to hiding suffragettes from police. Women who learned to provide illegal reproductive health services understood how to operate covert organizations. The infrastructure of resistance, once built, can be repurposed for new struggles. The courage required to break unjust laws, once developed, can be applied to new forms of civil disobedience. So even though these hidden networks did not leave extensive records, did not get credit in history books, did not achieve the public recognition that other women's organizations received, they mattered. They saved lives. They taught women that the law is not always just, that sometimes helping each other requires breaking rules, that women's survival sometimes depends on women's willingness to risk everything to help each other. One more thing needs to be said. The fact that these networks had to exist, that women had to break laws and risk prosecution to help each other survive, is an indictment of Victorian society. It reveals how deeply unjust the system was, how trapped women were, how little society cared about women's suffering. We like to think of the Victorian era as a time of progress, of moral advancement, and in some ways it was. But for women, particularly poor women, women in crisis, women without resources or protection, it was often brutal, and the hidden networks of support were not a solution. They were a survival strategy. They addressed symptoms without changing the underlying disease. The real solution required changing laws, giving women property rights, divorce rights, custody rights, making domestic violence a crime, legalizing contraception and providing safe reproductive health care, creating real social safety nets, treating mental illness as a medical issue rather than a moral failure. Many of these changes would not come until well into the 20th century. Some are still being fought for today. But the foundation was laid by Victorian women, the ones who organized publicly in suffrage societies and temperance unions, and the ones who organized secretly in hidden networks of mutual aid. Both forms of organizing were necessary. Both changed the world. We have traveled such a long journey tonight, through intellectual salons and gambling dens, magical temples and mystical societies, literary clubs and suffrage organizations, temperance movements and professional networks, hidden safe houses and whisper networks. We have met aristocrats and revolutionaries, intellectuals and activists, respectable ladies and dangerous women. All of them were building something. All of them were challenging the Victorian world that tried to keep women small, silent, powerless. And all of them contributed to the slow, difficult transformation that eventually gave women rights we now take for granted. But our journey is not quite finished. There is one more piece of the story, one more question to answer. What happened to all of this? What is the legacy? How did these secret societies, these organizations that history tried to hide, shape the world we live in today? That is what we are going to explore next. The connections between these Victorian rebels and modern feminism, the ways their battles continue, the lessons we can learn from their courage, their strategies, their failures, and their triumphs. Because these women are not just history. They are our ancestors, not necessarily biological ancestors, but spiritual ones. They cleared the path we walk on. They fought battles we benefit from, and understanding their story helps us continue the work they began. So stay with me for this final part. Let us bring the story home. Let us trace the golden thread from those Victorian drawing rooms and secret societies all the way to the present moment. Let us honour these women properly, not by putting them on pedestals, but by understanding them fully. Their brilliance and their blind spots, their victories and their failures, their revolution and its unfinished work. The final piece of the puzzle awaits, and I promise you, it is going to tie everything together in ways you might not expect. You might think that after everything we have discussed, gambling dens, magical rituals, political activism, underground support networks, that we have covered all the ways Victorian women rebelled. But there is one more battleground we've not explored, one more form of control that women fought against, and this one is literally about their bodies. I am talking about clothing, fashion, the corsets that compressed their ribs and displaced their internal organs, the layers upon layers of heavy skirts that trapped their legs and made movement exhausting, the restrictive garments that declared, with every seam and button, your body does not belong to you. Your comfort does not matter. Your ability to move freely is less important than your ability to look decorative. Victorian women were quite literally imprisoned by their clothing, and some of them decided that was one prison too many. They formed organizations to fight back. They designed radical new garments. They wore trousers in public and faced mockery, harassment, and legal threats. This is the story of the Rational Dress Society, and the women who dared to suggest that maybe, just maybe, women should be allowed to dress in ways that let them actually breathe, move, and live. And fair warning, this story is going to make you angry. Because the violent society directed at women who wore comfortable clothing is going to reveal just how deeply women's oppression was woven into every single aspect of Victorian life, down to the very fabric covering their bodies. Let me start with some facts about Victorian fashion that are genuinely shocking. The average fashionable Victorian lady wore clothing that weighed between 10 and 15 pounds, not including shoes, just the dress, petticoats and corset. 15 pounds. That is like carrying a bowling ball around all day, distributed across your body in the most uncomfortable way possible. The corset was the foundation of this torture system. It was designed to create an impossibly small waist. The ideal was 18 inches or less. To achieve this, women laced themselves into boned corsets that compressed their rib cages, pushed their internal organs downward and upward, and made deep breathing nearly impossible. Medical journals of the era documented the consequences: deformed rib cages, displaced livers and intestines, breathing difficulties, fainting spells, digestive problems. Women regularly fainted because they could not get enough oxygen, and society's response was not to question the corsets. It was to say, see how delicate women are, how prone to fainting. Clearly they are too weak for public life. The clothing itself was causing the weakness, but admitting that would mean admitting that fashion was harming women. So instead, women's frailty was treated as natural, as proof of their fundamental difference from men. The skirts were almost as problematic as the corsets. Victorian fashion required multiple layers: a chemise, drawers, a corset cover, petticoats, usually 3 to 6 of them, and then the actual dress on top. The hem of the outer skirt often dragged on the ground, picking up dirt, mud, and worse from the filthy Victorian streets. Women had to walk carefully to avoid tripping on their own skirts. They could not run, could not climb stairs quickly, could not bend easily, could not do physical work. Their clothing made them helpless, and this was intentional. Restrictive clothing was a form of social control. It kept women confined to certain spaces and certain roles. You cannot work in a factory while wearing a corset and floor-length skirts. You cannot ride a bicycle. You cannot play sports. You can barely walk more than a few blocks without exhaustion. So women's clothing ensured that women remained decorative, domestic, dependent. It was patriarchy in fabric form. The Rational Dress Society was founded in 1881 by Viscountess Harberton, Lady Florence Pomeroy. She was from the aristocracy, which gave her a platform and resources that working-class dress reformers lacked, and she was absolutely fed up with the tyranny of Victorian fashion. Lady Harberton's signature invention was the divided skirt. It looked like a long skirt from the front, but it was actually wide pants, allowing freedom of movement while maintaining the appearance of modesty. She wore it publicly. She gave lectures about it. She tried to convince other women to adopt it. The response was savage mockery. Newspapers published cruel cartoons showing women in divided skirts looking ridiculous. Men shouted insults at women wearing rational dress on the street. Hotels and restaurants refused to serve women in divided skirts. In 1899, Lady Harberton tried to have lunch at a hotel in Surrey while wearing her divided skirt. The landlady refused to serve her in the public dining room, offering instead to let her eat in the servants' quarters. Lady Harberton sued. The case became a sensation. She lost. The court ruled that hotels had the right to refuse service to women dressed improperly. The message was clear. If you do not conform to restrictive fashion, you do not deserve public accommodations. You do not deserve to participate in public life. Think about what that means. A wealthy, titled woman was denied basic services because her clothing was too practical, because she prioritized comfort and movement over decorative helplessness. But Lady Harberton was not the first to fight this battle. Back in the 1850s, an American movement called the Bloomers had advocated for women to wear loose trousers under shorter skirts. The outfit was named after Amelia Bloomer, who popularized it in her newspaper. The Bloomers lasted about 3 years before collapsing under the weight of social ridicule. Women who wore the outfit faced such intense mockery and harassment that most gave up. Even committed feminists like Elizabeth Cady Stanton eventually abandoned the Bloomer costume, saying that the constant attention to their clothing distracted from their political message about women's rights. This is a tactic we have seen again and again, have we not? When women do something society disapproves of, focus on how they look, mock their appearance, make them seem ridiculous. That way, you do not have to engage with their actual arguments or demands. The Bloomers were mocked out of existence, but they planted a seed. They proved that some women were willing to face social consequences for the sake of physical freedom. In Australia, the dress reform movement had its own champion, Henrietta Dugdale, who we encountered earlier as a suffrage activist. Henrietta did not just advocate for rational dress, she wore it. She made her own trousers and wore them publicly in Melbourne in the 1880s. Can you imagine the courage that took? Walking down the street in trousers when literally no other woman was doing so. Knowing that people would stare, point, laugh, possibly threaten you with violence. Henrietta did it anyway. She wrote about it, arguing that women's restrictive clothing was a form of oppression equal to the denial of voting rights. She said, essentially, if we cannot move our bodies freely, how can we be free in any meaningful sense? Victorian society called her unwomanly, indecent, disgusting. They said she was trying to be a man, that she had lost all feminine delicacy, that no respectable woman would ever follow her example, but some did follow, not many. Not enough to create a fashion revolution in her lifetime, but enough to keep the idea alive, to prove that it was possible to dress differently and survive the social consequences. The medical establishment's response to dress reform was fascinating and infuriating. Some doctors supported rational dress, publishing articles about the health dangers of corsets. They documented cases of women whose organs had been permanently damaged. They advocated for looser, lighter clothing. But other doctors, usually men, though not always, argued that women's bodies required support, that the corset was necessary to hold women's weak frames together, that women would become slovenly and unattractive without the discipline of restrictive clothing. One doctor wrote in 1870 that if women stopped wearing corsets, their bodies would spread and sag, and they would lose all attractiveness. He said this as if women's primary obligation was to remain decorative for male viewing, not to be healthy and comfortable. This is the same medical establishment that force-fed suffragettes, that committed women to asylums for being difficult, that considered women fundamentally inferior to men. So their opinions on women's clothing should perhaps be taken with considerable skepticism. But their voices carried weight in Victorian society. When male doctors said corsets were necessary, that was treated as scientific fact, even when other doctors presented evidence of the harm corsets caused. The bicycle craze of the 1890s changed everything for dress reform. Suddenly women had a legitimate, respectable reason to wear more practical clothing. You could not ride a bicycle in a corset and floor-length skirts. It was physically impossible. So women who wanted to cycle, and cycling became wildly popular, had to modify their clothing. They wore shorter skirts, looser bodices, sometimes even split skirts or knickerbockers, and because cycling was considered healthful and modern, society grudgingly accepted these modifications in that specific context. This created a crack in the armour of Victorian fashion rules. If women could wear practical clothing for cycling, why not for other activities? Why not for everyday life? The argument shifted. Dress reform advocates could now point to cycling costumes and say, "See, women can dress practically without losing their femininity. The sky has not fallen. Society has not collapsed. Perhaps we could extend this practical approach to all clothing." It was a slow shift, but it was movement in the right direction. There were also connections between dress reform and other women's movements. Many suffragists supported rational dress, seeing it as part of the broader fight for women's autonomy. If women could not control their own bodies and how they dressed them, how could they control their political destinies? The temperance movement had its own approach to dress. Many temperance advocates promoted modest clothing, but modest for them meant covering the body completely, which often meant even more restrictive, hotter, more uncomfortable garments. They saw fashionable dress as vanity, as a distraction from moral concerns. So there were tensions within women's movements about dress. Not all reformers agreed on what women should wear or why. Some wanted practical clothing for health and freedom. Others wanted modest clothing for moral reasons. Still others argued that fashion was a form of feminine expression and creativity that should not be entirely abandoned. These debates continue today, do they not? Questions about women's clothing, about modesty versus freedom, about whether focusing on appearance distracts from more important issues, we're still having these conversations. The class dimensions of dress reform were significant. Working-class women never wore the most extreme fashions. They could not afford multiple silk dresses, expensive corsets, layers of delicate petticoats. Their clothing was more practical by necessity. But they still faced pressure to conform to fashion standards as much as possible. A domestic servant was expected to wear a corset and proper dress, even though her work involved physical labour. A factory worker might wear slightly more practical clothing, but she would be judged as unfeminine or slovenly if she deviated too far from fashion norms. And working-class women generally could not participate in reform movements that required buying new, specially designed rational dress garments. The divided skirts and reformed costumes promoted by the Rational Dress Society were expensive. They required custom tailoring. They were not accessible to poor women. So once again, a women's movement was primarily serving middle and upper-class women, while working-class women continued to suffer the same oppression without the resources to fight back. What finally changed Victorian fashion was not moral arguments or health concerns or feminist activism, though all of those contributed. What changed it was World War I. When men went to war, women took over their jobs. They worked in factories, on farms, as bus conductors and postal workers. They could not do these jobs in corsets and long skirts. Practical necessity overrode fashion dictates. Women discovered they liked being able to move. They liked being comfortable. They liked having clothes that did not require hours of dressing and undressing with the help of a maid or family member. And when the war ended, they refused to go back. Fashion changed rapidly in the 1920s. Skirts got shorter. Corsets were abandoned for more flexible garments. Clothing became looser and more practical. Coco Chanel gets credit for popularizing this new style, and she deserves credit. But she was building on decades of advocacy by dress reformers who were mocked, harassed, and dismissed. The women who wore divided skirts in the 1890s, the women who abandoned corsets despite being told they would become ugly and shapeless, the women who insisted that their comfort and health mattered more than male aesthetic preferences. Those women paved the way. But because their reform failed in their own time, because they were treated as ridiculous failures, history often forgets them. Here is what I want you to understand about the dress reform movement. It was not frivolous. It was not about vanity or fashion for fashion's sake. It was about bodily autonomy, about the right to move through the world without being physically constrained, about refusing to accept that women's bodies existed primarily for male viewing pleasure rather than for women's own use and comfort. When Victorian society mocked women in rational dress, they were saying, "Your comfort does not matter. Your health does not matter. Your freedom of movement does not matter. What matters is that you look the way we have decided women should look, regardless of the cost to you." And when women put on divided skirts or abandoned their corsets despite the mockery, they were saying, "Actually, my body belongs to me. I get to decide what I wear. I refuse to sacrifice my health and freedom for your aesthetic preferences." That is a revolutionary statement, and society understood it as such, which is why the backlash was so vicious. The legacy of the dress reform movement is all around us. Women wear pants now without anyone batting an eye. We wear comfortable shoes. We wear clothing designed for activity, for sports, for work. We can choose between fashionable and practical based on our own preferences and needs. These freedoms are so complete that we barely think about them, but they were won by women who faced ridicule, harassment, and discrimination for making different choices about clothing. Every time you put on comfortable pants, every time you choose sneakers over heels, every time you dress for your own comfort rather than others' approval, you're benefiting from the battles those women fought. And the struggle is not entirely over, is it? Women still face dress codes at work that require uncomfortable shoes or restrictive clothing. Women are still judged more harshly than men for their appearance. The idea that women's bodies exist for others to view and judge is still deeply embedded in our culture. But we've come so far, and understanding the history of where we started helps us appreciate how much progress has been made and how much work remains. So we've reached the end of our journey through Victorian women's secret societies. From intellectual salons to gambling dens, from magical orders to mystical movements, from literary clubs to suffrage societies, from temperance unions to professional networks, from hidden support systems to fashion reform. We have seen the countless ways Victorian women fought for freedom, for dignity, for the right to exist as full human beings. Each movement was different. Each had its own goals, its own strategies, its own successes and failures. But together, They created a revolution, a slow revolution, an incomplete revolution, a revolution that is still ongoing, but a revolution nonetheless. And the reason history tried to hide these societies is becoming clear now, is it not? Because acknowledging them means acknowledging that Victorian women were not passive, not content, not accepting of their oppression. It means seeing them as active agents of change rather than helpless victims or decorative accessories to male achievements. It means rewriting history to centre women's experiences, women's resistance, women's power, and that rewriting changes everything. So let us bring this story home. Let us trace the golden thread from those Victorian rebels to the present moment. Let us ask, what do these women have to teach us? What lessons can we learn from their courage and their mistakes? And how can we honour them by continuing the work they started? That final reflection is next, and I think you're going to find it surprisingly relevant to our own time, our own struggles, our own search for freedom and justice. So here we are, after hours of travelling through Victorian drawing rooms and gambling dens, magical temples and protest marches, professional clubs and hidden safe houses, after meeting dozens of women whose names you probably never learned in school, we arrive at the most important question of all. Why does this matter? Why should we care about secret societies from over a century ago? What do these long-dead Victorian women have to do with our lives today? Everything, as it turns out. Absolutely everything. Because the world you woke up in this morning, where women can vote, own property, pursue careers, control their own money, wear comfortable clothing, access education, leave abusive marriages, that world did not just happen. It was not a natural evolution or an inevitable progression. It was built, brick by brick, battle by battle, by women who gathered in secret and decided that enough was enough. Every right you have as a woman today was won by women who risked everything. An understanding that history changes how you see the present. It changes what you think is possible. It changes what you're willing to fight for. Let me trace some direct lines from those Victorian societies to the world we live in now. The blue stockings and their literary salons. They led directly to women's access to higher education. When Girton College at Cambridge was founded in 1869, when Newnham College followed in 1871, when women finally gained access to university education, that happened because the blue stockings had proved that women's minds were worth educating. They had demonstrated that women could engage with complex ideas, could produce scholarship, could hold their own in intellectual discussions. Today, women in most developed countries actually outnumber men in universities. That would have been unimaginable to the Victorians. But it started with those women in blue stockings, discussing philosophy over tea and refusing to accept that their intelligence was inferior. The suffrage societies we discussed, the NUCS, the YesPU, all those organisations that spent decades campaigning for votes for women, they did not just win the vote. They created a template for political organising that is still used today. The tactics of petitioning, lobbying, public demonstrations, civil disobedience. Modern activism still uses all of these approaches, and they proved something that people doubted, that women could be effective political actors, that women could organise massive movements, that women deserved a voice in governance. In 1918, British women over 30 gained the vote. In 1928, the voting age was lowered to 21, equal with men. In the United States, the 19th Amendment passed in 1920. New Zealand had granted women's suffrage even earlier, in 1893, followed by Australia in 1902. Today, women's suffrage is nearly universal. There are still a handful of countries where women cannot vote or face severe restrictions. But the principle that women are political beings with a right to participate in governance, that is now globally accepted. That acceptance started with Victorian women who were laughed at in Parliament, who were told they were being ridiculous, who persisted anyway. The temperance movement, for all its flaws and failures, taught women how to organise en masse. It gave hundreds of thousands of women their first experience with public activism. Many temperance leaders became suffrage leaders. The skills they learned campaigning against alcohol they applied to campaigns for voting rights, for labour reform, for public health. And while prohibition ultimately failed, the temperance movement's recognition that alcohol abuse was a public health issue, that it required treatment rather than just punishment, that insight contributed to modern addiction medicine and public health approaches. The professional women's clubs created infrastructure that made it possible for women to pursue careers. They provided networking, mentorship, practical support. They normalized the idea that women belonged in professional life. Today, there are women in every profession. Women doctors, lawyers, engineers, scientists, CEOs, politicians. The barriers have not entirely fallen. Women still face discrimination, harassment, unequal pay. But the idea that women simply do not belong in professional life, that has been decisively defeated. And that defeat started with those quiet clubs where women met for lunch and discussed their work, proving through their very existence that professional women were not aberrations but pioneers. The hidden networks of support for women in crisis. Those laid the groundwork for modern domestic violence shelters, for reproductive healthcare services, for mental health support systems designed by and for women. Today, we have legal protections against domestic violence. We have organizations that help women leave abusive situations. We have recognition that reproductive healthcare is a right. We have laws against marital rape. Yes, it took until the 1990s in many places, but we got there. These protections did not appear spontaneously. They grew out of the work of women who, in the Victorian era, broke laws and risked everything to help each other survive, who proved that these services were necessary, that women needed them, that society had an obligation to provide them. The dress reform movement eventually succeeded. Women wear pants now. We wear comfortable shoes. We dress for our own comfort and preferences, not just for male approval. The idea that women's clothing should physically restrict their movement, that has been abandoned, at least in most contexts. This seems like such a small thing compared to voting rights or property rights. But bodily autonomy matters. The right to move freely through the world matters. And the women who fought for rational dress understood that physical freedom and political freedom are connected. But here is what I really want you to understand. These Victorian women did not just win specific rights or reforms, they changed the fundamental question. Before the women's movements of the 19th century, the question was, what rights should women have? And the answer from most of society was, whatever rights men choose to grant them. Women were seen as dependents, as property, as beings whose proper sphere was domestic, private, removed from public life and decision-making. The women we've met tonight, the blue stockings and pharaoh ladies, the Golden Dawn practitioners and theosophists, the literary club members and suffragists, the temperance warriors and professional women, the crisis network operators and dress reformers, they changed the question. They said, we're not asking for rights, we're claiming them. We're not requesting permission to participate in intellectual life, in spiritual practice, in professional work, in political activism. We're doing these things whether you approve or not. They shifted the paradigm from asking permission to asserting humanity, from begging for concessions to demanding equality, from accepting limits to refusing them entirely. That shift in consciousness, that is what really changed the world. Because once women collectively understood that they were not inferior, not naturally subordinate, not properly confined to a narrow domestic sphere, once that understanding took hold, no amount of social pressure or legal restriction could stop the revolution. Now I want to be honest about something. The revolution is not finished. The work those Victorian women started continues today. Women still face discrimination in workplaces, still shoulder disproportionate amounts of domestic labour and childcare, still experience sexual harassment and violence at rates that should horrify us, still see their bodies policed and controlled by laws made predominantly by men, still struggle with the expectation that they should be decorative, pleasant, accommodating, that their value depends on their appearance and their ability to make others comfortable. In many parts of the world, women face far more severe restrictions, denied education, forced into marriages, subjected to violence with little legal recourse, excluded from public life entirely. The battles the Victorian women fought are not entirely won. They won important victories, yes. They changed laws and social norms in profound ways, but the underlying assumption of male dominance, of women as less than, of feminine qualities as inferior to masculine ones, that has not been entirely eradicated. So their legacy is not just the rights they won, it is also the reminder that progress requires struggle, that change does not happen naturally or inevitably, that every generation must fight to defend the gains previous generations made and push for further progress. What can we learn from these Victorian women? What lessons do their stories teach us? First, start where you are with what you have. The Blue Stocking started with tea and books. The literary club started with a few women meeting to discuss novels. The professional club started by renting a room where women could eat lunch together. None of them waited for perfect conditions or complete resources. They began with what was possible and built from there. Second, multiple strategies are necessary. The constitutional suffragists and the militant suffragettes both contributed to winning the vote. The respectable literary clubs and the scandalous pharaoh ladies both challenged Victorian restrictions on women. Some women worked within the system, others broke it entirely. Both approaches were necessary. Third, build infrastructure. Create spaces where women can gather, provide practical resources, train the next generation. The Victorian women's societies were not just fighting for abstract rights. They were creating institutions, networks, skills that would outlast any individual victory or defeat. Fourth, solidarity is survival. The women's clubs, the temperance unions, the suffrage societies, they created communities where women supported each other, where they shared strategies, provided encouragement, reminded each other they were not alone or crazy. That solidarity sustained them through decades of struggle. Fifth, document your own history. Write it down. Tell your stories. Preserve your records, because history will try to forget you. It will try to minimize your contributions, to erase your resistance, to paint you as less important than you were. Fight back by documenting everything. Sixth, acknowledge limitations and learn from failures. The Victorian women's movements had serious blind spots about class, about race, about who they included and who they left behind. We can honour their achievements while also learning from their mistakes. We can do better. Here is something else these Victorian women teach us. Change is possible. Things that seem immovable can be moved. Systems that seem eternal can be dismantled. In 1850, it would have seemed impossible that women would vote, own property, attend university, practice professions, control their own bodies and lives. The entire social, legal, and cultural structure seemed designed to prevent it. And yet, within 70 years, massive changes had occurred. Not complete change, not perfect change, but real, tangible progress that transformed women's lives. If they could do that, working with quill pens and hand-delivered letters, organizing without phones or internet, fighting laws that gave them essentially no legal standing, what can we do? With all our technology, our global connections, our ability to organize and communicate instantly. The answer should terrify everyone who benefits from the current inequalities. Because if Victorian women in corsets, denied education and legal rights and political power, could build movements that change the world, imagine what women with resources, education, global networks, and legal protections can accomplish. The revolution they started is not finished, and every woman alive today is part of deciding how it continues. I want to tell you about one more thing before we finish. In the 1970s, feminist historians started recovering this hidden history. They went into archives and found the records of these Victorian women's societies. They read letters and diaries. They pieced together the stories that mainstream history had ignored. This work of recovery is ongoing. There are still organizations we do not know about, still women whose stories have not been told, still networks that operated so secretly that they left no traces. But the work of these historians matters enormously, because seeing yourself in history, knowing that women like you have always resisted, have always fought back, have always refused to accept limits, that knowledge is empowering. It tells you that you are part of a long tradition, that your struggles are not new, and neither are the victories you can win. History is not just about the past. It is about understanding the present and imagining the future. When you know that Victorian women built secret societies to claim intellectual freedom, spiritual power, political rights, professional opportunities, when you know they succeeded despite facing obstacles we can barely imagine, it changes what you think is possible for yourself and for women collectively. So as we come to the end of this long journey through Victorian secret societies, I want you to remember something. These women, the ones we've met tonight and the thousands more whose names we'll never know, they were not superhuman. They were not saints or martyrs or flawless heroes. They were human beings, flawed, complicated, sometimes wrong, sometimes brilliant, always trying to survive in a world hostile to their existence. They made mistakes. They had blind spots. They sometimes hurt each other and excluded those who needed help most. But they also refused to accept that the world as it was the world as it had to be. They imagined alternatives. They built alternatives. They risked comfort, respectability, safety, sometimes their lives, to create spaces where women could be more than society said they should be. And because they did that, because they gathered in those drawing rooms and gambling dens, those magical temples and literary clubs, those suffrage societies and temperance unions, those professional networks and hidden safe houses, the world changed. Not enough, not completely, but substantially, measurably, in ways that matter. Tonight you have spent hours learning about women that history tried to hide, women whose names were mocked, whose organizations were dismissed, whose achievements were minimized or erased entirely. But they existed, they mattered, and their legacy is all around us. Every time a woman votes, she honors the suffragists. Every time a woman earns a degree, she honors the blue stockings. Every time a woman pursues a career, she honors the professional club members. Every time a woman leaves an abusive situation, she honors the hidden networks that helped women survive. Every time a woman dresses for her own comfort, she honors the dress reformers. And every time a woman gathers with other women to organize, to resist, To build something new, she continues the work that those Victorian women began. The secret societies of Victorian women are not just history, they are blueprint, they are inspiration, they are a reminder that women have always resisted, always organized, always fought for freedom. And that work continues. In book clubs and support groups, in professional networks and activist organizations, in online communities and physical gatherings, women are still creating spaces outside patriarchal control, still building power, still refusing to accept limits. The revolution they started is ours to continue, and understanding their story helps us continue it more effectively, more consciously, with full awareness that we are part of something larger than ourselves. So thank you for staying with me through this long night. Thank you for caring about these women, for listening to their stories, for taking the time to understand the secret societies that history tried to hide. I hope this journey has changed something for you. I hope you see Victorian women differently now, not as passive victims or decorative objects, but as active agents of change, as rebels and revolutionaries working within the constraints of their time to build a better world. I hope you see yourself differently too, as part of a long tradition of women who refused to accept limits, who built communities of resistance, who created change even when it seemed impossible. And I hope that when you face obstacles, when you encounter systems that seem immovable, when you wonder if change is possible, I hope you remember these Victorian women. Remember what they achieved with so little, and find courage in their example. The secret societies of Victorian women remind us that history is not just about what happened. It is about what was possible then, and what is possible now. It is about the long arc of struggle and progress. It is about women across time, connected by their refusal to accept oppression, their courage to resist, their determination to build something better. That connection spans centuries, and tonight you became part of it. By learning these stories, by remembering these women, by understanding their battles and their victories, you have joined that long tradition. Carry it forward. Tell these stories to others. Remember that women have always fought back, always organized, always refused to stay silent and small and powerless. And when you create change in your own life, in your own communities, know that you are honoring the women who came before, the blue stockings and the pharaoh ladies, the Golden Dawn practitioners and the theosophists, the literary club members and the suffragists, the temperance warriors and the professional women, the hidden helpers and the dress reformers, all the women who gathered in secret, who built power in the shadows, who changed the world one small act of rebellion at a time. Their work lives on in you, in all of us, in every woman who refuses to accept limits, who claims space, who builds community, who fights for a more just world. The secret society of Victorian women are not dead history. They are living legacy, and we are the inheritors. Thank you for being here with me tonight. Thank you for caring about stories that matter. Thank you for being part of this continuing revolution. Sleep well, knowing that you are connected to centuries of brave women, and wake ready to continue their work. Until next time, when we'll explore another hidden history, another forgotten story, another chapter of human experience that deserves to be remembered and honored. The journey continues, and I am so glad you are part of it. Good night.